that just rained here for the piles. So it just rained here for the first time mid-September, and I'm running one of these top-down burn piles to make some charcoal for my garden. And you can see I just kind of crisscross stack this brush. There's some advantages to this method, like you don't have to reduce the brush into uniform sized feedstock for some kind of charcoal kiln or something like that. That's the main one. It just allows you to kind of burn random brush. You know, if I reduced all this, divided it into even sizes and reduced it and burned it in a special retort or something, sure, I'd get more charcoal, but it'd be a hell of a lot more work. And if you look around here, I've just got, you know, piles and piles and mountains of brush that need to be burned. Like all this forest needs to be cleared. And there's, you can see in the background here, there's a dead tan oak. This tan oak that I'm burning here was infected with the organism that causes sudden oak death. And I'm gonna have a lot of those around here. So I need a quick, efficient way to turn this material into charcoal. So now that I got this puppy cranking away here, I just want to talk for a minute about efficiency and goals and stuff like that. So one way to look at charcoal production is that I would want to get the maximum amount of charcoal out of a given amount of biomass. So if I tweaked everything just right with the right technology in use, I could make every bit of wood turn into good charcoal without any ash production. So that's one way to look at it. But another way to look at it is, what do I have to put in to do that? So let's say that I had to put in fuel outside of that. So that could be wood, and then I'd be burning up a big pile of wood. In order to make this 100% into charcoal, I'd end up with another pile of wood that would turn into ash. This is burning really, really fast. I don't know how that's going to affect the charcoal production, if that's going to be positive or negative. We'll see. So now I need to run in there and manage this a little bit. I need to get the stuff on the sides back into the middle. So when I first started using this method, I was hoping it would be very, very little work, like I could just torch the pile and walk off. But so far, they do require quite a bit of maintenance, especially if you want to milk out the most charcoal. There's always stuff on the sides that needs to be thrown into the fire. And later on, there'll always be some stuff that's not burned all the way, and you can sort of fish that out with a stick and pile it up on the side all together while you put out the rest of the charcoal and let it finish burning. The longer you wait to put it out, the more charcoal you lose to ash. You can see there's a lot of ash formation there on the side. I'm losing charcoal every minute that I don't put it out, basically. So I can sort of scrape off the stuff that's unburned, and you can tell that by the fact that it's still flaming. There's a bunch of unburned material in the center, so I'm actually going to get a rake and rake off the charcoal on top that's burned all the way, put that out, and then I can try to get the rest of it to finish burning up. So we got a pretty good pile of charcoal here. If I had to estimate that as to say how much would fit into a barrel, there could be 60 gallons of charcoal there. So there's still some smoldering going on here. I have to spray this while I mix it with the rake in order to get all the charcoal wet. If I just left this, I'd come back in an hour or two and it would be breaking through in spots and burning. See, there's probably a bunch of coals down there that are still active. It's hard to get the water all the way down with just spraying the top of a pile like this, so I'll keep mixing it. The charcoal pile's all been raked into thin layers and sprayed with water and piled back up, so I think it's pretty much out. There's a little bit of steam there. You know, I'm definitely going to check on it, because if it decides to light on fire again, I'll lose all my charcoal. So I'm just going to show you real quick how I clean the charcoal, because obviously there's a lot of, there's rocks and dirt in it and stuff from burning it on the ground. And if you're going to run it through a grinder or something like that, this will get out most of the rocks, the dirt, and the nails. Very little of the charcoal will sink, most of it will float. I just shovel it into a thing of water here. You can put quite a bit in there. Stir it around a little bit, and then all the rocks and dirt should be on the bottom. So I'll just kind of scoop it out. You put it on another screen to let it drain a little bit more. And that's it. Now when I'm done rinsing all this charcoal, there's going to be a lot of fine charcoal in the water, a little bit that sinks, a lot of dirt, a lot of ashes. In short, a lot of good stuff for the garden. So I won't throw that out. I'll probably dump it on a fruit tree. And then you have all this stuff on the ground where it's like really mixed in with dirt and really small charcoal. And all that stuff will get raked up into a pile with the dirt and thrown on this one apple tree that I always throw all my extra charcoaly stuff on. Now I'm kind of thinking it might be more like 70 gallons, but I'm just pulling that out of my ass because I don't really know. But it's a lot of charcoal. The pile burned really, really fast, and there was a lot of fine stuff in the pile, but you can see in here that a lot of that fine stuff is preserved as little twigs and stuff. And my feeling at this point is that the fast burning was actually beneficial, and that I probably lost less material. I probably created less ash and more charcoal by the fact that this fire burned so fast. If you look around on the internet for information on biochar, it can be kind of confusing and intimidating, because there'll be a lot of people saying maybe, only a certain type of charcoal burned a certain way is good, or there'll be all these, different types of devices for burning charcoal. And for a couple of years there, I was kind of just collecting charcoal out of the stove and saving my wood and trying to figure out how to get all this wood reduced in a way that, maybe get a chipper shredder or something so it'll fit into these retorts and different charcoal making devices. And it just didn't really seem right, because obviously the Amazonian Indians weren't doing that when they created the terra preta soils. So then I ran across some information and did this research project on use of charcoal as a soil amendment in America and Europe in the 19th century. And those guys are probably using mostly pit burned charcoal produced by the traditional pile of wood covered with earth and burned for several days. And I just kind of was like, yeah, well, it seems like we can just use any charcoal. And then I found some more information via Kelpie at Green Your Head blog and Peter Hurst of New England Biochar, these two different methods of real simple methods of burning charcoal at home, of which this is one where you just stack it up and light it at the top, and the other one is a pit or a metal cone or some kind of thing like that you burn layers of wood in, and that'll have to be another video. So anyway, point being, don't be intimidated by that. With these methods, you can burn whatever kind of random size weird stuff you have, except maybe really large wood. You might have to split that, but any kind of small stuff for sure. And it's easy. Both methods produce very little smoke, so anywhere you can kind of get away with burning a fire, you could do either one of these methods. So hopefully you're out of excuses. And this year, my two biochar beds that I've managed to get biochar dug into in the garden were the most productive, and one of them is divided into 3 parts, which is 10% biochar, 5%, and 0%. And the ends with the two sections with the charcoal are definitely doing better. So that's pretty cool. This is my old artichoke row here, and I am replacing that row. Today I'm cleaning up these old stalks, but I'm leaving the old row in place while I establish the new row. So the point of real interest is this artichoke here, which is planted on a 3 by 3 by 6 foot, I think, pit. It might be 2.5 feet deep, but I think it's 3. So this is a big trench, and I backfilled that with 5 to 10% charcoal. I'm just kind of guessing at that. I didn't measure it. Piled the dirt up here around it, and over the course of months, maybe more, maybe even a year, I would throw in like weeds that were full of seeds, gut piles, old bones, rotten pieces of wood, all manner of different things. Most of which is stuff I didn't want to put in the compost pile. Like I don't want to throw a big pile of guts in the compost pile or a dead chicken because it just stinks and attracts flies and stuff like that. So this is a catch pit, is what I'm calling it. I've been struggling with the perfect name for this whole system, but I think biochar catch pit might be it, because catch pit, I mean, it rolls off the tongue easily. I mean, it's good phonetically, and also it just really describes exactly kind of what it is. And the problem is it's hard to even talk about this whole project and this concept. In our society, like we don't understand the usefulness of the stuff that I'm putting in here. So therefore it tends to be named stuff like garbage. I mean, you could call it compostable or biodegradable, but nothing really like, none of the language we have really honors the fact that this stuff is really extremely valuable. I mean, it's not waste in any sense of the word. It's a resource, and it's a valuable resource. So basically putting all that soil food into this concentrated area is going to permanently improve the soil, but it's really the charcoal. You know, I put in lime waste and like little bits of shell fragments, so that's going to contribute calcium for a very long time. Bones will contribute for a very long time. And hopefully the charcoal will trap a lot of the nutrients that are in there, and it'll also build humus and stuff like that. But it's really the charcoal at, I'm going to say at least 10% for my soil, but I'm still trying to figure out the sweet spot, is the essential element. So I've been growing this row of artichokes and artichokes like this with this basic system for a long time. And I have a feel for what this system does. So I'm going to make a prediction about this. So with this old system, I have the plants on 6-foot centers. They pretty much mulch themselves and choke out the weeds. I mean, for the most part, you'll get a few weeds growing, but they pretty much take care of their own mulch zone. Like they grow so vigorously and so early that they just overshadow all the other weeds and kind of like starve them for light. And since they're 6 foot apart, they overlap because they're at least 6 feet in diameter. So that creates like a self-mulching strip here. The only thing I feed them, I stop occasionally and pee on them, but other than that, I just throw like my weedy seeds under there because I know the weed seeds are going to sprout, but they're really not going to get established and they're going to be choked out by the artichokes. These are doing that at 6 foot diameter. So I'm going to say that this is going to be, 8 foot plus diameter. I'm thinking more 10 feet, at least in the short term. And if you get a really vigorous artichoke like this, of these large varieties, you could be looking at 12, 15 foot diameter. So I'm guessing, 8+ feet diameter. I'm planting them 8 feet apart in the row, and that I won't have to water or feed this basically ever indefinitely. I'm seeing this besides rodents, which could get in there and eat it. I'm thinking this is just a permanent system once I get these all planted. I mean, it's quite an investment, but think of that just like an artichoke row that I basically don't have to do anything except cut down the old stalks, which I haven't done on this row for 2 years. I mean, that's what I'm doing today. And these plants are going to produce like 40 plus artichokes a year. Let's say 30 plus artichokes a year, easily could get up to 40 and even more. So that's pretty exciting. And, for me, this is kind of a proof of concept project. And what I'm doing today is I'm starting the next pit right here. And over the course of this winter and whenever, I'll be throwing stuff in there and layering the stuff with charcoal. So I throw in some rotten stuff, throw in some charcoal, throw in some dirt, and that's it. But once I get this pit dug, we'll sit down and talk a little bit more about why I think this system is so cool and why I pretty much think just about everyone should be doing it who has any kind of, space of land, including a large, maybe even a large backyard. It's a little bright. Let's darken this scene up a little bit. There we go. Okay, I am standing in my trench, 3 by 3 by 5 feet, but I also undercut the banks a little bit. I don't know why, it just seemed like a good idea at the time. And how am I going to explain to you or describe to you how cool this project is? I don't know. That's a good question. I think that might be a little bit difficult. It's such a simple concept. Dig a hole, throw stuff in it that plants like to eat and that will improve the soil, especially charcoal, and end up with a permanently improved soil. The part that makes it really interesting is the permanently improved part. And this is where the charcoal comes in, because the charcoal basically doesn't rot. It's going to be here for the duration. No matter what else happens, that charcoal is going to be here for hundreds of years. It may wash further down into the soil, I mean, a little bit of it might break down into something else. I don't really know, but basically it's permanent. And some of the soils that charcoal's been used in to improve, like the African dark earths and the terra preta in the Amazon, those soils are 700 plus years old. Yeah, there you go. I try that on for size. So that's what makes it really intriguing. And, okay, so this system to me is about being integrated into the homestead and the life of the homestead and the resources of the homestead and kind of what goes on here. I see the end product, which is the improved soil, as a kind of history of fertility of the homestead and what goes on here and what the resources are and my activities and my intelligence in engaging this environment. I always have these things that I end up needing a place for that I don't want to put in the compost. Like, say I killed 2 deer this year, so I have these like 2 gut piles. So what do I do with these gut piles? Usually I end up digging a hole maybe by a tree or something like that and putting them in there. But since we always have that stuff, we can be layered into the pit with dirt and charcoal, and the pit slowly filled up as we have those things, whatever they happen to be. And you could also put, like, my original idea was actually to do a latrine system. So you would have a trench like this, and you'd put your latrine on it, but it would be a movable latrine, like it would roll or slide. And you could just keep digging, right? You just dig some more at your leisure because it takes a while to fill up, and then you just keep moving along. And that's a perfect system for a latrine in some situations, not in all situations. The charcoal absorbs the nutrients and the smell, and each time you put charcoal on, you're putting dirt on. So you can measure the amount of charcoal you want in your soil that way. So if you want 10%, I put in like 1 shovelful of charcoal and then 9 shovelfuls of dirt. And there's my 10% right there. So to me, it's about integration. And I don't think there's necessarily anything wrong with going and getting a whole bunch of charcoal and say a bunch of manure, stuff you could maybe truck in, digging a big trench, even maybe you have a backhoe and you could use a backhoe to do really large scale soil improvement all at once. I mean, it's just another tool. But I like this as a tool because almost anyone can do it. And it's just there collecting the stuff. That's why I ended up calling it a catch pit, because it really is descriptive about what it is. And it's just catching resources from the activities of the homestead as they happen. So the real problem for most people, labor could be a problem, but just think about, you can take your time. Like, you could start a trench like this and then just slowly expand it. So almost anyone could go occasionally, scoop out a few scoops of dirt with a shovel, and over 365 days a year, it adds up. Or maybe you could just make your kids or grandkids dig the hole for you when they're visiting. So that's a little bit of a problem. I realize for some people. Other people, it's just a situation thing. Obviously, if you live in an apartment or you have an extremely small yard, or you share a yard, or you have neighbors, whatever. There's obviously situations where you can't do it. But at this point, I'm pretty much like any farm, homestead, backyard garden should have a catch pit like this. I'm getting distracted. So the real thing for most people is getting the charcoal or being able to burn the charcoal. Like, a lot of people, even in the city, you can get material, like you can get pallets, but can you make biochar, in your yard? If you have a fireplace, you could make it in there. You could call it a barbecue and kind of like get away with it probably. There may be ways you can do it, and there's methods you can use that cause very, very little or no smoke. So you may be able to get it away with it more than you think, but it is a big problem for some people. So if you can't pull off the charcoal part, if you can't get it or whatever, then that's kind of a deal killer right there. I think eventually we're going to be able to buy charcoal relatively cheap. Eventually, I think most municipalities are going to be collecting biomass and charring it. It just, because it makes so much sense in so many levels. You could actually have power plants that produce power from doing that, and everyone's going to want the product eventually. So hopefully eventually you'll be able to, buy a yard of charcoal at a reasonable price and just use that. The gist of my message is, this is awesome. I already think everyone should do it, and I've just got started. I'm barely seeing any results yet. I just feel like I almost don't need to see them. We already know the terra preta soil and the African dark earth soils work. This kind of thing may not work for you in every type of soil and every condition, but it's going to work for a lot of people. I'm pretty convinced of that already, and enough for that I'm investing largely in it. But I also have seen the results that I've gotten. Everything it's all good so far. So we know that those soils work, and I was just thinking, okay, well, how did these people put this together, right? How did this happen? And I was thinking, well, rubbish heaps are really common in any settlement of any kind anywhere throughout history. You have to throw stuff away somewhere. So there'll be these big mounds of shells, bones and dirt and whatever old stuff people didn't want, they'd throw on heaps or in a pit. And even people used to take care of getting rid of their own things, that like broken pottery and old broken pipes and old shoes and stuff like that they didn't need. So this is similar to that system, except that it just filters out only the stuff that you think is really going to improve your soil and do some good. So I was thinking, like, how did they build the terra preta soils? These soils are up to 2 meters deep. So that's twice as deep as this here. How do they do that? And I just think they did it intentionally. I mean, we're talking about large areas of soil. I think they're doing it intentionally. They're probably making the charcoal intentionally and digging it in somehow intentionally. And when I thought of that, like, how would you do that? this just seemed like the thing that makes the most sense. You know, you dig a big hole, you throw stuff in it till it's full, and you dig another hole. And again, just think in the long term. You know, think in the long term, because even the investment that you make will probably pay off. Like if I'm here for 5 more years, I'm guessing that this artichoke pit will pay off, certainly in 10 years. But past that, you know, just think longer term. Like don't think of your own needs, but just think of like what we're leaving. Like if we think in terms of leaving a legacy, that's a good set of values to have and a good direction to set our lives in. You know, I'm digging this, maybe no one will even be here, or maybe they will. And maybe I'm planning this for somebody's grandchildren or their grandchildren's grandchildren or whatever. I'm just doing the thing because it makes sense, because the world I want to live in is the world where people do that. Imagine if we were doing this since, say, like the 1950s. If someone had gone out and figured this out and done the research and been like, hey, we should turn, you know, all the yard waste, just the yard waste and like tree trimmings and stuff from a city, turn that into charcoal and start burying it in the soil. Imagine the amount of improved soil that we would have, permanently improved soil that's good for centuries. Amazing. Just think of that when you're thinking about this whole problem, because that's the world we should be living in. Not treating anything that isn't waste as waste, which we have been since then and are still doing now, and make something happen that is just good for everybody and everything all the time for indefinitely. That's the world we should be living in, and there's not anybody else that it's up to create that world except for us. And this is just the kind of thing we should be doing, in my not so humble, inconsiderable opinion. So yeah, go dig a hole. Watch out for kids and pets, and you know, obviously there's things you need to think about. It's not going to work for everybody, but I think it'll work for a lot of people, and I think it'll work for a lot more people than think it will work for them, if that makes any sense. All right, so I'll probably see you again when it's time to actually put another artichoke on here. After that, I may move on to a different project, or I may continue. I have space for 2 more artichokes that way, but it's going to kick butt. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. We'll be back in a couple years and see like what this project is doing.
Hello my friends, today I'm just going to mix up some soil. I dig my native soil, which is really terrible silt, alkaline, gray, crumbly, clumps up into big clumps. It's terrible soil. But I'll show you how to turn that into great gardening soil that produces huge crops of stuff here. But yeah, so this will be a video on how to incorporate biochar into your gardening soil. And for an example, I'll just show you how I take my natural soil I find here in my yard, which isn't very good at all for growing vegetables, and turn it into something quite awesome. So come along and I'll show you how to do this. All right, well, here's the soil I'm using. This is what I've dug out of the raised beds when I'm building them. I just dig out as far down as the topsoil goes until there's a hard pack layer. Try not to get too much of that because, as you can see, the topsoil doesn't look too great to begin with. It's full of crumbly rock like this. It's silt mostly, a little tiny bit of clay, not too much sand. And then it comes down to a layer. This is the hard packed silt. Crumbles into dust. And that's the topsoil. You go deeper. Some places it's only an inch maybe. Up here where I'm gardening, it's maybe 3-4 inches at the deepest. So yeah, it's not the greatest soil to begin with. I'll show you how to take this and turn it into something good. So to my native soil, I'll be adding biochar. This is going to be a key ingredient in making good garden soil. It's going to change the texture and quality of the soil. As you saw, it was crumbly and and turning to dust and just looks terrible. This is going to turn into something that looks completely different. It's going to feel different, and it's going to behave differently. So right here is the rough mix of biochar. It's been charged with compost tea. That's what's in that jug there. And I smash it up with the sledgehammer in a container, run it through a screen. I get a nice fine mix. And this is what I'll be adding to the soil. This is the second of 3 ingredients. First is the soil. You can use any soil, as I'll show you. Mine is a pretty terrible example, so it's a good example. Terrible soil, I mean. It's a good example of how this can improve any soil. Okay, so this is the second ingredient, and the third ingredient is just going to be some organic matter. That can be your compost, your kitchen compost. I use a cold compost, fungal dominated compost, and I'll take you over and show you that. All right, this is my leaf and grass mulch pile. I just throw up the lawn clippings and whatever else I have into a pile, and I cold compost down with a lot of fungus in here, a lot of mycelium running through it all. It's late in the season. It's in September already, so normally I would dig out the bottom of it to use. Right, this is older stuff there, but frogs and little critters go in there for the winter. So I find after beginning of September I stop digging down in the stuff. So I just filled a 5-gallon bucket because I'm going to use a wheelbarrow to do my soil mix as an example for you guys. And all I'll need is about a 5-gallon bucket to fill a wheelbarrow of soil and to mix in with it. And what I've done here is just dig into it. And what you got here, I should see if you can see that coming off. It's all like spores and mold. It's starting to break down. Doesn't, of course, look like what comes out of your hot kitchen compost.
Nothing, like no pre-charging at all. Now I don't do that, but I'll get to that in a minute. But one argument people might make is like, stuff I think needs to be talked about and addressed. I'm not really. All right, today's video, we're just going to run around different sites on the property and talk about biochar stuff. These are the commonly asked questions and comments and the stuff I think needs to be talked about and addressed. I'm not really organized. I just have like a list of stuff I want to talk about, and it's just going to be kind of off the top of my head. So strap in, it'll probably be pretty long, but if you're interested in biochar, I think there's some interesting talking points here. Now, first we're going to start with, does it work? Does it really actually work? People want to know, they're skeptical. And that's understandable because there's a lot of really tall claims about biochar. I mean, it's the next thing that's going to save the world. The short answer is yes, it works. If you look at the information on the anthropogenic char soils, the terra preta from the Amazon and the African dark earths, and also the research that I did on the use of charcoal as a soil amendment in the like 19th century America and Europe, and I'll put links to that. And you don't think it works at all, we don't even have anything to talk about. That's just crazy. I mean, it obviously can have a profound long-term effect. Now, whether it will work for you in your soil and how well, that's the important question. Asking whether it works or not is kind of the wrong question. The question is, how well is it going to work for you in your situation with your gardening style and all that stuff? Now, that is an unknown. And unless, your next door neighbor has tested it, then you're just going to have to try it out for yourself. If you want to be promised like a certain type of result and a certain amount of result, that's not realistic. I mean, that's not how life works. Is it worth experimenting with? Oh, hell yeah. It's understandable why people are excited about it and think it's going to save the world and fix everybody's problems. It is pretty amazing. And there's also nothing else that gives you the long-term results. There's so many things we do in our garden that are short-term results. So let's take a look once again at the same bed that I always show, because it's still my main comparison bed. And the reason it's a comparison bed is because I have 3 different amounts. Now, I've been trying to treat this bed equally. Like when I planted this bed this year, I did the same thing across the whole bed. I added the same amount of amendments to the whole thing and all that stuff. As soon as I planted it, I got sick and it snowed, and then it snowed again, and then it pounded rain over and over again. I've never got it covered. I was going to cover it with plastic and stuff like that. So it's a total disaster, but it still shows pretty obviously the differences between these 3 sections of bed, which again are 10% on this end, 5% in the middle, and 0% charcoal on the other end. Look at these radishes across the back row. Again, these are not, exemplary by any means, but they are at least growing in the 10% section. Right about in this area, we switched to the 5% section, going down 5%, 5%, and down there where you might see some little scruffy green things is the 0% section. So once again, every time we look at this bed, it shows the same, graph-like difference between these sections of the bed, and the 10% has always been better than the 5%. Okay, now another thing I want to discuss is in terms of effectiveness, you have to look at the whole picture. You know, you have to kind of look at a more global picture and not this like simplistic, mechanistic, you know, if I add this much percent, because people always ask that too. They ask like, how much do you add? That's a great common question. How much do you add? Well, I don't know how much you should add. I can tell you what my experience is, but what I can tell you is that you need to do the experiments. You know, you need to set up experiments just like this, and you can get a whole bunch of information. Now, that's not just your soil and climate. It's like, what crops do you grow? How do you fertilize them? How often do you fertilize them? How much amendments are you bringing in? Maybe you have raised beds that are full of, you know, potting, quote unquote, soil, which is mostly organic matter that you got a dump truck of and you filled your raised beds. I mean, the difference between planting in that with a certain percentage biochar and planting in this with a certain percent may be different. Also, if I was really consistent with fertilizing, maybe the differences between these wouldn't be that much. You know, all I did is I dug some stuff in, I put some stuff on the surface, and I've just abandoned it. And it got rained and snowed on. And, you know, obviously the amount of stuff that I'm putting into the soil is doing more for me in this section of the bed. That's obvious, and it's been consistent. But if I were to do things a lot differently, I might get a different result. So bottom line is you just need to experiment. And we'll talk some more about that and what experiments I think people should do. All right, one of the most common questions I get asked, maybe the most common, is do I pre-charge my biochar, and how do I pre-charge my biochar? I do not, I have never, and I probably won't start anytime soon. This would require a whole video in itself to cover well, but I'll just give you the quick gist right now. If we look at that bed that we just looked at, which is like 10%, 5%, 0%, I used raw char in there in spite of everyone's warnings not to, because I wanted to find out what would happen, right? So instead of acting out of fear, I just did the experiment I needed to do to see if everyone was right, or see, you know, just find out data basically. Now they were right. The first year, the growth in that end of the bed was very bad. It was exact opposite of what it is now. You know, there was almost nothing on this end, and it was, you know, plenty on this end, except for the peas, because peas make their own nitrogen, so they did okay in that end. But everything else was exactly opposite. But within 2 seasons, or, you know, like a couple of crops, everything reversed, and suddenly, you know, this end was much bigger. So that's what can happen if I do absolutely nothing, like no pre-charging at all. Now I don't do that, but I'll get to that in a minute. But one argument people might make is like, well, how do you know that it wouldn't be better if you pre-charged it? Well, how do you know that it's better if you do pre-charge it? I mean, we need to set up long-term experiments to find that out. Also, we're looking at the, you know, the way this stuff is in there right now, and the leek crop that I did recently, we're looking at like 400 to 600% more growth in the 10% end. Like, how much better do I need it to be? My concern is that I spend as little time and energy as possible on, you know, putting my char stuff together. I have probably 800 or 900 gallons of charcoal over here that need to get in the soil. And that's, you know, how do I make that happen? What can I do that's going to require the least amount of effort and is going to have, you know, very good results? And so far, since that first bed, what I do is I add stuff. Like, obviously with this, there's no nutrient problem. I'm getting like these food scraps that I get twice a week. I throw them in this pit. I throw charcoal and dirt on top of them, which I still need to do. So obviously there's no problem there. With other beds, what I do is I just maybe add like 3 times as much fertilizer or stuff, manure, whatever I have, old weeds, anything that's going to add extra nutrients to counteract that nutrient sink that happens when you first add charcoal to the soil. And I have not, since that first bed, ever had a failed crop for the first year. Were my crops as good as they possibly could be? Like, maybe they would be a little better if I pre-charged. I don't know. Maybe. I don't really care. It's like I found something that works. It's worked consistently. I usually get very good crops, often exceptional crops the first year, and I am perfectly happy with that. I think one assumption that we can make is that when we add anything to the soil and then bury it, you know, deeply in the soil, whatever we add in there is going to change. You know, I don't think we should make too many assumptions. It's not, you know, it's not safe to make too many assumptions, but I think that's a pretty safe assumption that no matter how you set it up, it's going to end up doing what it wants. And, you know, certain microbes are going to be favored. It's different depths of the soil, and everything's going to change. So my theory is, and this just works for me, it's, I don't need to prove it or anything. It's just, you know, it makes sense, and I do it because it works so far, is I just add a bunch of stuff. I add fertilizers. I add leaf mold from the forest for extra microbes usually. I add manure teas. I add old weeds, dead things, whatever. And I figure it can just sort itself out, right? It's going to be buried under there, and it's going to have conditions.
Hello, Donna.
Are going to be conducive to different things.
Sound check.
Perfect.
Can you hear me? Can you hear my
Yes.
wash machine?
I cannot hear it. Move your mic closer to the washing machine so I can hear it.
Oh, good. There have been complaints before. So I was working while you were typing. So
Oh, good.
what were you talking about?
In the typing session, you will read it.
I came back and you were very soilish.
Yes. Soilish is of God.
It is. We're of the soil.
Yes. All right, here we go. Now you
Okay.
will get a complete answer to your question. What the hell were you talking about? Okay, go ahead.
Right. There's a guy down the hall who claims to be morally superior. Whatever shall I do? I don't know. What will you do? Oh, you're going to type. You're going to type up a
Oh,
story.
yeah, there we go. Yeah.
All right. Tuesday morning, 7:53 a.m. Blessed be the God and Father of our Lord Jesus Christ. November 11th, 2025, Veterans Day. 1689 miles from Virginia Beach, and I am 2,465 miles from the Salt Lake Valley.
Wow.
I looked that up.
Well,
Ain't-
sir.
I know. Ain't God grand, dear one? You see, God's got a purpose. Now that's a hell of a thing.
No. Not a purpose.
He's got purpose.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, that sounds
Yeah.
more punchful.
Yeah, like I've got milk.
Right.
God's got purpose. All right. Now that's a hell of a thing, purpose. Paul's use of the word purpose regarding God is something to behold. So there's this guy, and he fancies himself to be something, always using multiple syllable words. Who could that be? He always reminds me of the plot twist found in Romans 10:3. Romans 10:3. For they, being ignorant of the righteousness of God and seeking to establish their own righteousness, were not subjected to the righteousness of God.
Wow.
From this passage, I think we can see that the righteousness of God is very much tied to Romans 3:21, 22. Faith of Christ, revealing the righteousness of God in him going to the cross, Yeah, took great faith. You see, if you go out of your way to establish your own righteousness, you probably know nothing about the righteousness of God. As I see it, the righteousness of God is completely and perfectly revealed in the cross of Christ. That's interesting. Anyway, so this guy from down the hall, he comes over here on a regular basis, and he throws ninja star thingies at me. They sting a bit, but they're not much trouble. If he's not in the talking heads, he's seen in the side chat telling his fellow members of the Eternity cult who are visiting with me, hey, you can destroy Ace if you get him on his moral relativism. Yeah, that's the ticket. Yeah, that will destroy his universalism real good. Go get him. Such empty words from you know who. Moral relativism. What is this guy on about? Everyone knows that morals are relative to the situation at hand. That's so true. Morals are, they're situational. If you cut off someone's leg, oh my God, that's awful, unless you did it to save the fellow's life because the leg was gangrene. You're hiding Jews in the attic, and the law shows up and says, hey, you got any Jews in your attic? What are you going to do? Lie to the lawman. Listen, every act is a sin relative to those whom it affects. Every act is righteous or justified relative to the outcome of those to whom it affects. There were these guys who sold their own brother to slave traders. Holy smoke, what were they thinking? Somehow, some way, their own brother pissed them off. So they sold him to the slave traders. And they lived happily ever after. Yeah, except for one problem. One little problem. Along comes this region-wide famine decades later. The brothers had long since forgotten their annoying brother. Who knows what happened to him after they got a few bucks from the slave traders for him? They didn't care. But this famine, oh my God, what are we going to do now? Oh, I got it. I hear there's food down in Egypt. Let's go get some. So the immoral brothers hightail it down to Egypt to get food to bring back home to their family. And who do they meet? Their very own brother, whom they had not seen for many decades. They didn't even recognize him. And in fact, this annoying brother was now the ruler of all Egypt, the prime minister of Egypt under the Pharaoh. Excuse me. And they did not recognize him, the dumbasses. So their brother plays them like a fool. Their brother saves them. He gives them plenty of food, but he played them nonetheless. They sold them into slavery, and yet here he was saving their asses. Ain't that something? If they had not done evil to him, a relatively immoral thing, this brother of theirs would be in no position to save them from region-wide famine. But that's not all. The story and the plot twists continue. The fact that the brother, the prime minister of Egypt, saved them from the famine actually led to the entire nation of Israel being enslaved to the Egyptians for 400 years. God works in very mysterious ways.
I know. Isn't that crazy?
I know. It's really, what a storyline. So the brothers did an immoral thing, enslaving their brother, and it led eventually to their being saved from the famine, and the enslaved brother rising up to be ruler of Egypt and saving his brothers and family led to the enslavement of all.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
What a plot twist,
Oh my
a fun
God.
plot twist.
I know. Do you want a capital G there or no? How are we going to make
capital G where? Oh my God. No,
oh my God.
I didn't want a capital G yet.
Okay. How are we going to make moral sense of all this? Why would the jackass from down the hall think that busting my chops on moral relativism would dismantle the entirety of universalism? I don't think he's rapped twice. Morality is relative. It's relative to the outcome of those to whom it affects. God creates evil. Isaiah and Samuel and Amos. Shall a trumpet blow in the city and the people not be afraid? Shall there be evil in a city and the Lord hath not done it? Amos 3:6. The Lord killeth and maketh alive. He bringeth down to the grave and bringeth up. 1 Samuel 2:6. I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. Isaiah 45:7. By and large, it might behoove us not to be so quick to judge a matter. We need to wait to the end of the story before we'll all know if this or that was good or bad. And God is the end of the story, Romans 11:36. Joseph, the guy who was sold into slavery, was at one point in the story a victim. At another point in the story, he was a government employee and tax collector. At another point, he was a game player. So many plot twists. Can God make sense out of it all? Can God make all the pieces come together at the end to make one grand and glorious, seamless storyline? Yes, he raised his boy from the dead ones. This story will yet make sense to us all. Judge nothing before the time, 1 Corinthians 4:5. For all will have praise from God. All mankind and all of life will be justified by God in the work of Christ's cross. 5:28 Romans. Every wound will be healed. This mortal shall put on immortality. Nothing can go wrong. Not really. Not in the capable hands of the skillful Creator and Savior of all. Rejoice. Feel free to come in right now. I'll refresh my coffee. Lover Ace, lover of plot twists. 2 verses that prove all is right with the world. Genesis 1:1 and Colossians 1:20. Romans 2:24. For because of you, the name of God is being blasphemed among the nations, according as it is written. Yeah.
Well, sir.
That that was a good answer on moral that moralism of certain Christians. And the morality is relative.
Yeah.
God's story is much more complicated than that. And much more wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah, if there's water on the carpet, it's there for a reason.
yeah.
Could be a good reason, could be a bad reason.
Yeah, and who are we to judge what's right or what's wrong?
I know. You know what the self-righteous quite often say? They say,
What?
I would never, and
Yeah,
then fill in the blank.
yeah. I would never lie. I would never commit a sin either.
I would never hide Jews in my attic. You're on your own.
Yeah.
I would never be a universalist. That is beneath me. What?
Yeah. And it's funny how wrong they think the good news of universalism is. How can they criticize God for saving everyone? But they do. Because if I were God, I would kill a lot of people that I don't like. I
Man.
guess.
I guess.
Yeah.
That is a hell of an attitude.
I would. I know. I would roast that senator or that congresswoman.
I would
Yeah.
too. There's an old story from before the Civil War, I think, before the Civil War. Some congressmen were in Congress having a big old yelling match and arguing with each other, right? And one of the congressmen took out his cane and bashed it over the head of another congressman. Yeah. And when the news came out, they didn't have instant, news like we do. But when the news came out, a lot of people from around the country mailed him a new cane and said, keep up the good work.
I know. And then there's some characters now that you'd like to hit over the head. But God will just God's Christ will just present himself eventually to everyone, and every knee will bow.
Wow. That's
They
that's
all
something.
acclaim that Christ is Lord. They won't be able to help it.
What a hell of a story that is.
I know. Can't wait, but I guess I'm going to have to. See, the naysayers are still doing their thing.
Yeah, they're so
He's-
cute.
He's admitting he has a moral relativist position, collapses his entire position.
I
What?
see what I mean?
Yeah, and I think it supports your entire position. You just, you gave three verses from the Old Testament and the New, indicating that God's even a moral relativist.
Mhm.
He creates good and evil.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
And
yeah,
if evil comes to a city, is it not the Lord who has done it? And I kill and make alive.
and so I think judge not before the time.
Mhm.
Oh,
Hey, welcome, Donna. You're along with me. You're getting
yeah,
those ninja star thingies slung at you.
yeah. Well, JG doesn't like me. And see, he said that, I did say God is a moral relativist. And what does that really mean? I'm probably not absolutely correct in saying that. What do you think?
Everything is relative to everything else.
Yeah.
Even the absolute is relative to everything else.
Mm. We're all in relationship, and all that means that's about relationships from one thing or one person to another.
Right, right. So have you ever seen Lonely in Seattle? What was the name of that movie?
Oh,
Had
the
the word
Sleepless in Seattle.
Sleepless in Seattle.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was a movie about relationships, right?
yeah.
Well, have you ever seen The Dirty Dozen? That also was a movie about
I
relationships.
have. I've seen them. Yeah, I
Yeah,
haven't
that
seen it recently, but I loved it when it first came out.
Yeah, that was a movie about relationships.
Yeah.
You ever seen Rocky? That was a movie about relationships.
Just the first one. Too much fighting.
Yeah, fighting is about relationships.
I know. Yeah.
Ah,
Atlas Shrugged is about relationships.
oh my God, Atlas Shrugged is my favorite plot.
I've only read it one time a few
Oh, yeah?
years ago. But I guess it wasn't a mistake. I saw that Tubi was televising the 3 movies that they made out of it. And they were terrible, but at the same time, they were good because they retold the whole story, basically,
In a
And
nutshell.
and they used different characters for every movie. The lead Dagny got younger, I think, as the time progressed.
Oh, isn't that funny? Yeah.
Yeah, and then I saw also on Tubi that they did a 1997 a documentary on her life, which I watched, which was really interesting. She was quite the character. Yeah. And her relationships were very complicated.
Mhm.
How firmly immorality is associated with evil by theologians is evident from their desire to shield God from all association with it. Enoch. Well, yeah. And that's why we create free will.
Yeah.
It's got to be my fault. Can't be God's.
Mhm.
Yeah. Good one, Foy.
So let me take a spin on this thing,
Good.
and you can read along because we're looking for typos and such. Okay.
Okay.
There's a guy down the hall who claims to be morally superior. Whatever shall I do? A Tuesday morning, 7:53 a.m. Blessed be the God and Father of our Lord Jesus Christ. November 11th, 1,689 miles from Virginia Beach, Virginia. Ain't God grand, dear one? You see, God's got purpose. Now, that's a hell of a thing, purpose. Paul uses the word purpose. Paul's use of the word purpose regarding God is something to behold. So there's this guy, and he fancies himself to be something, always using multi-syllable words. He always reminds me of the plot twist found in Romans 10:3. For they, being ignorant of the righteousness of God and seeking to establish their own righteousness, were not subjected to the righteousness of God. From this passage, I think we can see that the righteousness of God is very much tied to Romans 3:21 and 22. The faith of Christ revealing the righteousness of God in him going to the cross. I think I'll change it, in him sending Christ to the cross. How about that? That seems a bit better. Try it again. From this passage, I think we can see that the righteousness of God is very much tied into Romans 3:21, 22. The faith of Christ revealing the righteousness of God in him sending Christ to the cross. You see, if you go out of your way to establish your own righteousness, you probably know nothing about the righteousness of God. As I see it, the righteousness of God is completely and perfectly revealed in the cross of Christ. Anyway, so this guy from down the hall, he comes over here on a regular basis and he throws ninja star thingies at me. Well, they sting a bit, but they're not much trouble. If he's not in the talking heads, he's been seen in the side chat telling his fellow members of the Eternity Cult who are visiting with me, hey, you can destroy Ace if you get him on his moral relativism. Yeah, that will destroy his universalism real good. Go get him. Moral relativism? What is this guy on about? Everyone knows that morals are relative to the situation at hand. If you cut off someone's leg, oh my God, that's awful. Unless you did it to save the fellow's life because his leg was gangrene. If you're hiding Jews in your attic, then the law shows up and says, hey, you got any Jews in your attic? What are you going to do? Lie to the lawmen? Listen, every act is a sin relative to those whom it affects. Every act is righteous and or justified relative to the outcome of those to whom it affects. There were these guys who sold their own brother to the slave traders. Holy smoke, what were they thinking? Somehow, some way, Their own brother pissed them off, so they sold him to the slave traders, and they lived happily ever after, except for one little problem. Along comes this region-wide famine decades later, and the brothers had long forgotten their annoying brother. Who knows what happened to him after they got a few bucks from the slave traders for him? They didn't care. But this famine, oh my God, what are we going to do now? Oh, I've got it. I hear there's food down in Egypt. Let's go get some.
Hey, this
So
sounds like a story I heard of in the Bible.
yeah. So the immoral brothers hightail it down to Egypt to get some food to bring it back home to their family. And who do they meet? Their very own brother, whom they had not seen for many decades. They didn't even recognize him. In fact, this annoying brother was now the ruler of all Egypt, the prime minister of Egypt under the Pharaoh. And they did not recognize him, the dumbasses. So their brother plays them like a fool. Their brother saves them. He gives them plenty of food, but he played them nonetheless. They sold him into slavery, and yet here he was saving their asses. Ain't that something? If they had not done evil to him, a relatively immoral thing, this brother of theirs would be in no position to save them from the region-wide famine. But that's not all. The story and the plot twists continue. The fact that their brother, the prime minister of Egypt, saved them from the famine actually led to the entire nation of Israel being enslaved to the Egyptians for 400 years. So the brothers did an immoral thing, enslaving their brother, and it eventually led to their being saved from the famine. And the enslaved brother rising up to be the ruler of Egypt and saving his brothers and family led to the enslavement of all. Oh my God, how are we going to make moral sense of all this? And why would the jackass from down the hall think that busting my chops on moral relativism would dismantle the entirety of quote unquote universalism? I don't think he's wrapped tight. Morality is relative. It's relative to the outcome of those to whom it affects. God creates evil. Isaiah 45:7, 1 Samuel 2:6, Amos 3:6, etc. Shall a trumpet be blown in the city and the people not be afraid? Shall there be evil in a city and the Lord hath not done it?
Oh, not be afraid.
What?
No, it was the echo.
Yeah, turn your mic off so that the background noise won't be bogging me. Up next, the Lord killeth and maketh alive. He bringeth down to the grave and bringeth up. Oh my God. I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. By and large, it might behoove us not to be so quick to judge a matter. We need to wait to the end of the story before we all know if this or that was good or bad. And God is the end of the story. Romans 11:36. Oh, you know what? I could add another thing to it. Romans 11:36 and James 5:11. God is the end of the story. Joseph, the guy who was sold into slavery, was at one point in the story a victim. At another point in the story, he was a government employee, a tax collector. At another point, he was a game player. So many plot twists. Can God make sense out of it all? Can God make all the pieces come together at the end to make one grand and glorious, seamless storyline? Yes, God raised his boy from among the died ones. Let me change that. There we go. From among the died ones. Yes, God raised his boy from among the died ones. This story will yet make sense to us all. Judge nothing before the time. 1 Corinthians 4:5. For all will have praise from God. 1 Corinthians 4:5. All mankind and all life will be justified by God in the work of Christ's cross. Romans 5:18. Every wound will be healed. This mortal shall put on immortality. Nothing can go wrong, not really. Not in the capable hands of the skillful creator and savior of all. Rejoice. Feel free to come in right about now. I'll refresh my coffee. Ace, lover of plot twists. The two verses that prove that all is right with the world is Genesis 1:1 and Colossians 1:20. And if you don't know those verses, oh, I should probably put it down so you don't have to look it up. I
Ace.
can, yeah.
I like that you quoted James 5:11 because I had never noticed that before. Because at the end of it, he says, the consummation of the Lord, for very compassionate and pitiful is the Lord. And I think Paul says something that God is the God of all consolation and pities. And that pities, it means mercy. So I was surprised to hear that coming from James. So go refresh yourself.
The two verses that prove that all is right with the world, Genesis 1:1 and Colossians 1:20. God created the heavens and the earth, and all in the heavens and the earth shall be reconciled to God through the blood of the cross.
The beginning and the end.
And then this Romans 2 doesn't really apply anymore. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay. And I'm going to take my leave right now. Thank you for letting me in.
Oh, really?
Yeah, well. There may be others that want to come in.
Yes, like Justin might want to come back. Come back, boy.
Yeah.
Boy.
Come back, Justin.
Joshua. And that guy from down the hall, you can come in.
Yeah.
Because I've got my breastplate on and my shield of faith and your ninja darts. Maybe I'll be able to take a few of them.
It's there on you night and day, whether you know it or not, Ace.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you don't have to put it on every day. It's just there. But I like to remember every day that it's there. And thank God that it is there.
Hey, do you like ninja darts?
No.
Go ahead and read this one.
Oh, from our great friend Jill. I would come in on my day off, but I don't feel like reading and then being lied to by this deceiver Ace once again.
Mercy.
You deceive us. You have too much good news, Ace.
Mercy.
Your morals are too relative.
I know, isn't that funny?
Yeah. how firmly immorality is associated with evil by theologians is evident from their desire to shield to shield God from all association with it. Yeah, let's protect him. Let's believe we have free will,
Yeah.
not just wills. We have free will.
Free will. Free will. Shall a trumpet be blown in the city and the people not be afraid? Shall there be evil in the city and the Lord hath not done it? Welcome back, Justin.
Hi, Justin. Are you just waking up, Justin?
The Lord killeth,
There he is.
and the Lord maketh alive. He bringeth down to the grave and bringeth up.
Yeah, that verse is new to me, 1 Samuel.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I mean, I've read Samuel before, but they don't stick in my head too long. He brings down to hell and he bringeth up.
Huh.
'Cause basically, to me, that's what the grave is.
Yeah, that would probably be the word Sheol. He brings
Yeah.
down Sheol.
He makes compost of us.
I know, isn't that funny? And we love compost on this channel anyway.
Yeah.
And biochar.
Yeah.
So, Justin, have you been wandering the earth looking for whom you may devour?
Yeah.
Did you find any tasty morsels out there?
Nope.
You know what? According to that guy down the hall, this if you can break me on moral relativism, you can totally dismantle universalism.
Yeah.
Well, he doesn't seem to be a very clear thinker, so
He doesn't seem to be a very what?
A clear
To-
thinker.
to connect those things is just shows his lack of intelligence.
Yeah.
I mean, would that settle it for you if there was whether or not there was moral relativism? Would that settle it for you whether God's savior of all? I mean, that's just ridiculous. He's unintelligent and is retarded. I mean, I don't know anyone who would say that would settle it for me, that whether God's the savior of all can be settled on moral relativism. I mean, that's not okay. Well, it also can be settled on whether if you have a pretzel on your desk or not. Like, it has nothing to do with anything. It's just, he just says things just like Jill and just like Preterist. He just comes up with things out of his hat and says it. It's like pulling a rabbit out of a hat.
Nice hat.
Yeah.
At least we can be complimentary. Nice hat.
Right. At least you got a nice hat, but the rabbit that came out, not so much.
A dead rabbit in your hat? Oh, gross.
Yeah. I would never do that.
I would never. I would never be a moral relativist.
Yeah.
Yeah. If everybody else sins, not me, I'm not going to sin.
It amazes me how stupid Christians can be, though. Like, I was watching,
Like me.
or I clicked, no, not like that. I mean, like, in their inability to ask right questions. Like, it's like, I mean, it's stubbornness, but like, I mean, like, Jack Smack made a video yesterday. Eternal means eternal. He's still stuck up on the fact. I think deep down he's bothered by the fact that everything he believes every doctrine Jack Smack has preached for 4,000 videos is just debunked by going into the Greek. And he hates it. You know, eternal this, eternal that, hell. That's
Okay,
all
let's see if we can agree with him. Eternal means eternal. Let me think.
Oh,
Okay, does eternal mean eternal? Yeah, okay. Yeah, eternal means eternal. So,
right.
so
What?
what are we talking about?
Right, exactly. That's my point though, is like their inability to just ask the right questions blows my mind.
Yeah, we were reading yesterday on this channel that we were chosen not according to our acts, but we were chosen before times Eonian. So let's see if we can shove the word eternal in there. We were chosen before times eternal. Yeah, eternal means eternal. That would be Titus 1:9, or is that 2 Timothy 1:9? We were chosen in him to be holy and flawless in his sight, not by our acts, good or bad, but because of his own purpose before times eternal.
I mean, there's no reason to think an adjective like that would, like, the more I think about it, the more I'm just like, how can anyone think that an adjective for eon means something like absolutely different than everything else? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, that's a very normal ending in Greek, like like ios. Like, you have it in the word heavenly. I mean, even you look at so many adjectives, and so many of them just end that exact way, and it's just the word eon. It's like barely one different letter difference in spelling, and suddenly they want to change it to something complete. I mean, I think it's like, if on average, probably like one letter difference between spelling, whether it's an adjective or a noun, and it's just slammed in the middle of the word, and it's like just saying eonly or eonic, and they just want to make it into whatever the hell they. There's no evidence for it though. It's just a Christian myth, and it's annoying. But just the fact that, like, they're completely unable to ask the right questions, it just blows. Like, are these people even being serious? Surely not. Because
but they're being cute.
yeah, well, screaming 4,000 videos of you're going to hell and you're going to hell and you're going to hell and and you're going to hell. Just the fact that, like, he told me to not say things, and then and then he has like 4,000 videos, and he said only 20% of them were someone going to hell, but I don't believe that. But even 20% is a pretty high number.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say maybe he meant that there's 20% of someone's going to hell in the title, but someone always goes to hell in his videos. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but someone's always going to hell in in every single one of his videos. It's just a matter, is it in the title or not?
Yeah.
I mean, every single sermon he's preached is exactly the same. Once saved, always saved, or you're going to hell.
So
Well,
you have to
yeah.
believe. You have to believe once saved, always saved, or you're going to hell.
You have to believe in your faith in once saved, always saved to save you, or you're going to hell, according to him. Yeah. It's the grace. It's the crossless gospel. Grace Evangelical Society. They say you don't need to preach the cross. You can just it's literally called that, the crossless gospel.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Hey, Josh, what do you think about the crossless gospel? I wouldn't bother to ask JG that, because I don't even think he would understand the question. But Josh, you seem to fancy the cross in some of your comments. So if there's a outfit out there that says once saved, always saved, and you don't need the cross.
Yeah, faithalone.org. It's a big outfit.
What, like thousands of people are part of it?
I mean, Zane Hodges started it. Zane Hodges was the first creator of a actual majority text. As far as besides, there's no majority of Revelation, but a theoretical for Revelation. But I have his first, second edition there, but on the shelf. But he's the first one who created an actual majority text with Farstad. Like an actual majority text, not like the TR where it's just like they say that.
What is a majority text?
So it's like it's just a matter of taking what the majority of manuscripts read. So so the TR, the Textus Receptus, you know that, right?
I've heard of it. Yeah.
Yeah, there's like 4 editions, but the first one, they're mostly the same, but what people will do is they'll call that the majority text in a deceiving but a figure of likeness manner. But it's really deceptive in a way because they usually do that to like try to get people to be King James only. Because they say, oh, the majority and this and that, and it just sounds fancy, right? But the reality is that it was just like, maybe 20 Greek manuscripts that Erasmus had. And the reason it's called a majority, though, is because it comes from the Byzantine era, which had a explosion of manuscripts around that area. Or I mean, around that era, not area, but also area, but era. And so sometimes they'll call it a majority text because it was around that time that a majority of manuscripts existed. But it's not an actual majority. Like you can look at like we have now 2 main majority texts that like I said, for Revelation it's more theoretical because it splits off, but we have like an actual majority now, but see, they don't want to say that though, and they don't want to look at that because it's usually just this argument's just used for King James only. Really, it's just a deceptive way of getting people into that, unfortunately. But yeah, but like it's funny because it's like a lot of the verses that the reason they'll hold on to stuff like that. I mean, like 1 John 5:7, we have 0 manuscripts before Erasmus wrote that shit down. Besides like a back translation from Latin in 14th century, but that's it. But it's a back translation on the same page of Latin to Greek. That's the verse where it's not really a big, like it doesn't even, the thing is like I wouldn't even believe the Trinity if that was written by John because John wrote also I and the Father are one. But it's clearly was not written by John because we have hundreds and hundreds of manuscripts that don't have 1 John 5:7, and that just shows you they wanted to insert it into the Bible. See, because you know what 1 John 5:7 is, or
Probably Trinity lingo.
Yeah, it's the one where the 3 that bear witness in heaven, the Father, the Word, and the Holy Ghost, and these 3 are into the one.
Yeah.
Yeah, 0 Greek manuscripts and of what Erasmus wrote that off of. Yeah, pretty bad. But yeah. But I want to like create like I want to go through the concordant text on paper. Particularly because it has all the variants on there.
Uh-huh.
or on PDF. And I wanna like, I have some ideas of like some basic rules that I could like. I want to double check in every spot basically. And I have some ideas of basic like grammar rules that I think if I want to check every spot and make sure everything's consistent and in what I'm saying before I do it, because I don't want to just say something.
Uh-huh.
I have some ideas which I feel like people aren't pressing the issue enough, because I think the reason people haven't pressed the issue, particularly in like Christianity, is because they don't really pay attention to the grammar anyway. Number one, and number two, when they press the issue, suddenly they're subject to the grammar. You know.
Hey, can you hold on? Can you hold on just a second? A little housekeeping. Hello, Kurt. Say hello.
Hello.
How'd you
Hello.
find your way over here, Kurt?
I found my way here probably about, oh boy, maybe 4 months ago.
Oh yeah.
4 or 5 months ago. Yeah, I've been a pretty avid follower of Jeff or Martin Zender for years. Actually, it goes back. My mother, who's passed on now, but back, I don't know, 30-some years ago,
Wow.
was following Martin at the time.
Uh-huh.
And so she kind of dragged me into it.
Sweet.
Kicking and screaming, saying it ain't right. But yeah, the gospel definitely proved otherwise, that it is
Right.
right. It is so right. The gospel is not contradictory.
I'm glad you found your way over here. And Martin Zender is a good egg.
He is a good egg. He is a good egg. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, as well as yourselves.
Or the egg.
Yeah, both the egg and Martin are good.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I've been struggling my way through this, for years, but it always proves itself. His faith proves itself.
Yeah.
And we find those proofs they're so evident everywhere.
Uh-huh.
It's not just scripturally. I would even say in our daily walks, right? I mean, it's yep. Yeah, it's super evident what he's got up his sleeve.
Yeah, he's forcing me in here all the time.
Really?
Yeah.
Say more. What do you like?
This man, doesn't matter what dumb shit I say.
Oh.
Every other day, I'm like, it just, how like if you try to avoid it, like it just, you feel like starved or something.
Yes.
Like normal people wouldn't feel that. Like
Right.
other people, like they wouldn't feel it. Like you go like a day, like even like 12 hours without, not talking about sleep, but like 12 hours without thinking about it, and it's like you feel like starved of nutrients or something.
Yeah, it's like you got to get back to it. You got to revisit it. There's one more piece. There's something. I'm sure there's something I'm going to find, something more if I step back again.
Even if it's not even just like, I don't know, it just feels like disconnect or something. Like it's annoying. Not in a bad way. I mean, like,
right.
Like, I mean, like it's like not annoying. That's not the right word. Like I said, it's like nutrients or something. Like it's like when you don't eat. It feels like you stay away from it for 12 hours and you haven't ate in 3 days or something.
Right. No, I get you.
Honestly,
Man, that's
easier
that's actually a great way to put it.
It's
Like-
really actually weird because it's actually easier
It
to
is
like,
weird.
starve your. It would be easier for me to like starve myself for a month than to like not look at any of this stuff for a month. Wait,
Hey,
my.
Hey, Justin, could you read the call out on the screen and comment on it?
how firmly immortality is associated with
No,
evil?
immorality.
Oh, sorry. How firmly immorality is associated with evil by theologians is evident from their desire to shed God from all
Shield God.
right, association with it. Well, yeah, because they're part of the issue is just when they have a bad ending. Like none of it makes any sense. I think someone asked me, do you think that Calvinists are closest to the truth? And I thought about it for a second and I said, I think they're the furthest. And the reason I said that, and I explained myself, is while I agree that Calvinists at least claim that they believe God is the Savior and claim that they don't believe in free will. Okay, I believe those things, right? But I think that they're further from the truth than any other group on the earth. And why I say that? Well, if love is more important than, knowledge and just being all stuck up, and what you have and knowledge, if love's important, like, I don't think any group could like pass the bar or make the bar any lower than to make God's will to burn people endlessly for most people. And then you and a few friends get to like enjoy watching them. And as Jill said, he'll piss over the fence once in a while. Or over the fence into the lake of fire or whatever.
Yeah, yep.
I mean, you know what I mean? Like they can be right about something, but like when you don't have the whole point, it actually like corrupts the whole character of God into like something so monstrous. Like at least like the free grace and the Arminian people, like at least they just think God has short arms, right?
Right.
But the Calvinists, it's even worse. They just, instead of thinking that God is powerless, they think he's just awful. Then
yeah.
you know what I mean? Like,
I do know what you mean. I grew up
think
under
it's
it.
better to think. I think God would think, well, at least you just thought I had short arms, but this guy thought it was my heart's desire to burn people endlessly.
Oh,
You know what I mean? Like, it's like you can be right about something, but whenever you get that whole burn endlessly or annihilation endlessly doctrine, it just makes everything shit.
doesn't it? Yeah.
It really does. Like,
It really does. It really truly does.
It's like that's why so many people can't believe that God's a savior. And like that's because most people have more of a conscience than like, oh, you're telling me God, like that's like what he wants. At least like they like mentally bind themselves to thinking like God is just powerless and he has to do this to you, like he has really short arms. That's better than thinking that God's like awful and that he just gets this freaking joy out of like tormenting people with no purpose whatsoever. Endlessly.
Why would you say that about your even if your God was how did they get there?
That's the saddest ending there could be, and they call it that the gospel.
That's it.
And God saves us when he kills us, and he saves us when he makes us alive again.
Like how awful.
Donna, since I've been a listener, and both of you, it's like I've been kind of standing in the background, just kind of listening and trying to learn. And grasp.
See, and
But
Jill
but
said
but the
just
two of
that.
you, it's just like I'm starting to see kind of your natures and your just kind of my observing. It's delightful.
You're delightful. Look what Jill said. Stuck in feelings, he says, and he puts it like with a weird spelling to make it. Well, there's a lot of feelings in eternal conscious torment, Jill. That's insane. If you don't have any feelings about that, you ever hear of it? Didn't Paul talk about cauterized conscience? Wouldn't that have something to do with feelings?
Yeah. Or lack thereof.
Right, that's what I mean. Like, wouldn't the opposite of a cauterized conscience be having some feelings for someone who is apparently burning endlessly? That's insane.
Hey, Kurt, could you read the essay for us?
Oh my gosh, kill me. That's awful.
Yes, absolutely. There's a guy down the hall who claims to be morally superior. What am I going to do? Whatever shall I do? Tuesday morning, 7:53 a.m. Blessed be the God of our Father, of our Lord Jesus Christ. November 11th, 2025. It's 1,689 miles from Virginia Beach, Virginia. Ain't God grand, dear ones? You see, God's got purpose. God's got purpose. Now, that's a hell of a thing, purpose. Paul uses the word purpose regarding God as something to behold. So there's this guy, and he fancies himself to be something, always using multi-syllable words. He always reminds me of the plot twist found in Romans 10:3. For they, being ignorant of the righteousness of God and seeking to establish their own righteousness, were not subjected to the righteousness of God. From this passage, I think I can see that the righteousness of God is very much tied into Romans 3:22 and Romans 3:21-22, the faith of Christ revealing the righteousness of God in him, sending Christ to the cross. You see, if you go out of your way to establish your own righteousness, you probably know nothing about the righteousness of God.
Wow.
As I see it, righteousness of God is completely and perfectly revealed. Completely and perfectly revealed in the cross of Christ. Anyway, so this guy from down the hall, he comes over here on a regular basis and he knows and throws the Ninja Star thingies at me. They sting, but they're not too much trouble. If he's not in the talking heads, he's been seen in the side chat telling his fellow members of the Eternity Cult who are visiting with me, hey, you can destroy Ace. You can get him on his moral relativism. Yeah, that will destroy his universalism real good. Go get him. Moral relativism? Everyone knows that morals are relative to the situation at hand. If you cut someone's leg off, oh my God, that's awful. That is, unless you did it to save the fellow's life because the leg was full of gangrene. If you're hiding Jews in your attic and the law shows up and says, hey, you got any Jews in your attic? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Lie to the lawman? Listen, every act is a sin relative to those to whom it affects. Every act is righteousness and or justified relative to the outcome of those to whom it affects. There were these 5 guys who sold their own brother to the slave traders. Holy smoke. What were they thinking? Somehow, some way, their own brother pissed them off. Wow. So they sold him to the slave traders. And they lived happily ever after. Oh, thank goodness. Oh, except for one little problem. Along comes this region-wide famine decades later. The brothers had long since forgotten their annoying brother, who knows what happened to him after they got a few bucks from slave traders for him. They didn't care. But this famine, oh my God, what are we going to do now? Oh, I get it. I hear there's food down in Egypt. Let's go get some food. So the immoral brothers hightail it down to Egypt to get their food, to bring it back home to their family. And who do they meet? Their very own brother, whom they had not seen for decades, many decades. They didn't even recognize him. And in fact, this annoying brother was now the ruler of all Egypt, the prime minister of Egypt under the rule of Pharaoh. They did not recognize him. The dumbasses. The dumbasses. So their brother plays them like a fool. Their brother saves them. He gives them plenty of food. But he played them nonetheless. They sold him into slavery. And yet here he was saving their asses. Ain't that something? Ain't that something? If they had not done evil to him, a relatively immoral thing, this brother of theirs would be in no position to save them from the region-wide famine. But that's not all. The story and the plot twists continue, of course. The fact that the brother, the prime minister of Egypt, saved them from the famine actually leads to the entire nation of Israel being enslaved to the Egyptians for 400 years. Longer than our country's been around. So the brothers did an immoral thing, enslaving their brother, and it eventually led to their being saved from the famine. And the enslaved brother rising up to be the ruler of Egypt and saving his big brothers and family led to the enslavement of all. Oh my God, how are we going to make moral sense of this? Why would the jackass from down the hall think that busting my chops on moral relativism would dismantle the entirety of universalism? I don't think he's wrapped tight. Morality is relative. It's relative to the outcome of those to whom it affects. It's relative to the outcome of those to whom it affects. God creates evil. Isaiah 45:7, 1 Samuel 2:6, Amos 3:6. Shall a trumpet be blown in the city, and the people not be afraid? Should there be evil in the city, and the Lord hath not done it? Amos 3:6. The Lord killeth and maketh alive. He bringeth down to the grave and bringeth up. 1 Samuel 2:6. I form the light, create the darkness, I make peace, create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. Isaiah 45:7. By and large, it might behoove us to not be so quick to judge a matter. We'll need to wait to the end of the story before we'll all know if this or that was good or bad. Alpha and Omega, and God is the end of the story. Romans 11:36, James 5:11. And to Donna, yeah, your point on James 5:11. Thank you. That was a beautiful spot. Joseph, the guy who was sold into slavery, was at one point in the story a victim. I like playing the victim sometimes. At another point in the story, he was a government employee, a tax collector. And at another point, he was a game player. So many plot twists. Can God make sense out of it all? Can God make all the pieces come together at the end to make one grand and glorious, seamless storyline? Yes, that's the answer. Yes. God raised his boy from among the dead ones, the died ones. The story will yet make sense to us all. This story will yet make sense to us all. Judge nothing before the time. 1 Corinthians 4:5. For all will have praise from God. 1 Corinthians 4:5. All of mankind and all of life will be justified by God in the work of Christ's cross. Romans 5:18. Every wound will be healed. Every wound will be healed. This mortal shall put on immortality. Nothing could go wrong. Not really. Out of the capable hands of the skillful Creator, the Savior of all. Rejoice. Feel free to come in right now. About now, I'll refresh my coffee. Ace, thank you for refreshing your coffee. Lover of plot twists. These two verses that prove all is right with the world. These are precious. Genesis 1:1 and Colossians 1:20. God created the heavens and the earth. And all in the heavens and the earth shall be reconciled through the blood of Christ's cross. Whew.
Wow.
Oof.
Now you're gonna make everyone feel like they have a cauterized conscience.
I'm not sorry.
I'm messing with you.
Love it. Yeah.
I saw a short where it was like Beavis and Butthead, and it's he said it was a YouTube short, and he takes like an onion out. He said, "Hey, there's a vegetable in my hot dog or something." And he takes an onion, he sniffs it, and they're both watching TV there. He says, and the woman says, or the man says, "I'm not getting you flowers," and the woman cries on the TV. And then one of the Beavis or Butthead, I don't know which one's what, but starts crying because they were sniffing the onion at the same time. And he said, You're crying, Beavis. No, I'm not. He says, "You're crying like a girl." He said, no, I'm not. He said, "You're moved. You're moved."
You're moved. I love that.
Casual, like, "You're moved."
I'm gonna use that.
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
too
and then
good.
on the next, they go to school or something, and like he says, they have like this teacher that looks like a hippie or something. He says, I can't remember how, something like something. I can't remember what it was, but he says, "Yesterday Beavis was crying." He said, No, I wasn't." He said, "It's okay." The hippie looking teacher said, "It's okay to be touched. It's okay to be touched, Beavis." And the other one said, "Huh, Beavis was touched." It's such
Say that last part again. Beavis said what?
Beavis is touched.
Moved. Touched.
It's such like a casual, like retarded joke like that, and it makes
That's
it so funny.
Gosh.
Like Idiocracy.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. You're moved.
Well,
You cry. Are you crying, Beavis? Crying like a girl. It's so silly.
guilty. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. Thanks,
That would be
Ace for
Bill on here. Are you crying? You're crying like a girl. There's no emotions in this. I'm emotionless, Jill.
I can't get through that stuff. I mean, when there's truth like that we get to hear and put into a pattern of sound words, it's a gift.
Yeah, usually it takes singing to make me cry like that.
Yeah. It doesn't take diddly for me, but that's how I am.
Like,
Thanks, Ace, for letting me read that.
something meaningful. I mean, not like, something stupid. Or like you're moved.
You think? Oh, it's beautiful. Justin, I want to just one quick note, just an observance that I appreciate just your knowledge and your ability to decipher some of the Greek stuff that we've come across in the few months that I've been kind of hanging out here. It provides that pattern of sound words for one thing. That you provide some of that insight and some of your ability to decipher the Greek, going through the interlinears and different versions, and it's if we don't have that, some soundness around that can get sideways in a heartbeat as well. So I just saying, I appreciate you, Justin, for your insights there too.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I have an idea of like some certain ideas about some principles, as I just said earlier, that I'm about to go just check, double, triple, quadruple, check every spot in the New Testament just to make sure before I like explain them and just write them down, because there's like, so as far as I can tell, there's some very simple rules that literally anyone could apply that I don't know why people aren't talking about this unless it's just because Christianity likes bending verses. So, a lot of them probably don't talk about any of that stuff because they're used to bending things to their liking. I don't know. Because as far as like what I can tell, there's a lot of really easy ways to just show ways to like use like you don't even need any kind of expertise in anything, and it's just if someone just showed these rules, like some certain rules of like how the grammar interacts, it would be really like I can't think of any places that a lot of these rules don't just make things just really damn simple. And I just want to double, check. I want to check every spot just to make the most of what I am aware of, I guess. But
yeah, that's smart. I mean, be true to what you're led to do. I mean,
yeah.
and do it in the fullness, or in its completeness. To dive into it kind of half-heartedly would probably not do you good, but to make sure you can, and then to share that stuff, find a forum to share that, and whether it's here, whether it's, but those little nuggets that you can use to break down is always helpful.
Hey, Donna, could you read the call out for us?
You're muted.
Donna. I can hear you. Use your words.
She's not getting more.
Jill says, give us an example. Just refer back to any time we've brought up a verse to you, Jill. That will be a good example. There's probably, 200 hours of footage of that. Just go back and listen to yourself. Just rabbits out of hats and stuff like that, That's bending.
Go ahead, Kurt, and read this call out for us while Donna's adjusting her computer. Now Kurt is having audio problems. Hello, Kurt.
Maybe the eons are being adjusted too.
Oh, now Donna's back. Sound check. No sound.
Are we back on?
Yeah, now you are.
All right. To go on punishing forever, simply for punishment's sake, shocks every sentiment of justice. And the case is so much worse when the punishment is really the prolongation of evil. When it is but making evil endless. Who? Alison Rutherford Cockburn, author of Flowers of the Forest. Endless, endless. What a cruel, cruel, cruel doctrine.
Yeah. Sound check, Donna.
Sound check.
Oh, wonderful.
That was
You
the
just
third
didn't
time.
want to read the call out.
Yeah, go ahead and read the call out, Donna.
All right. To go on punishing forever, simply for punishment's sake, shocks every sentiment of justice.
Hmm.
And the case is so much worse when the punishment is really the prolongation of evil, when it is but making evil endless. Alison Rutherford Cockburn, author of Flowers of the Forest. That's a new one. It's a new guy that I've never heard.
It's a female.
Okay. How about that? Justin, do you have Gerardo's King's blog spot? He writes an awful lot in his blog about things that you're concerned with too. He goes to the Greek a lot, and I'm just wondering if you have his blog spot.
I've seen it before, but I don't know where it is.
Well, if you go to his YouTube channel, his latest one is very short, and he mentions the name of his blog spot, and he also gives an outline of what he covers in it. And I think you'd be very interested in reading it.
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
true.
by the way,
Yeah.
this is just before I forget. I ordered that Unsearchable Riches Volume 4, I think it is, Volume 4.
Mm-hmm.
That one looks, whenever that comes in, that one looks insanely good. Just pull it up if you want it. You have to pull it up at some point, because just looking at the topics in there is all only insanely good topics.
Yeah.
Sweet.
It's like you know how like when you open like a newsletter and not every topic is like, you know, a home run, but that's like a home run volume 4. So I was like, I gotta order that one.
Does it have a title?
Volume
Volume 4.
Volume 4. That's a great title. Get it?
Yeah.
I know.
It's like
I have a
really
hard-
deep
I have a
meaning.
hard
That's
time
gematria.
searching. I have a hard time searching Unsearchable Riches.
Well, it's just that you can just download that PDF, that certain one.
Okay, I will give it a try. But you're a very deep reader and writer, and you studied the Greek, and so does Stephen. So I think you would enjoy his writings.
Yeah.
I love the show that you did with Stephen the other night, where you went through Colossians chapter 1. That put me very deep into those words.
Who?
And of course,
Was that me? I don't remember.
no. Stephen Gerudo King was on the show the other night, and he had some great insight as far as Colossians chapter 1. And then the show kind of went downhill.
Yeah.
And I had to turn it off. I had to turn it off and listen to
I remember something like that. I don't know what it was.
Yeah. From ecstasy to agony.
Right.
Yeah.
I remember something like that.
And Stephen said he wants to go on your show more often and talk about the things in his blog spot. So
That'll be fun.
yeah.
Justin, can you bring up Volume 4 and let's look at the title page?
Yeah.
The table of
that would be-
contents.
That would be great. I'm not very adept at many things. Thank God I can find my way out of bed and come here every day.
So Donna, do you think you can, as you're crawling out of bed, can you juggle 3 balls in the air?
No, I
Same
can't. I can't. I don't,
What
I
is
never
wrong
could.
with you?
Oh, there's a lot that's wrong with me.
Mm.
I'm waiting to be made whole.
Wait, it's just processing. One sec, it's coming up. There's like a new PDF feature or something. We'll see if it works.
Oh, is that what you got in the side chat here?
Yeah, I posted it there
Oh,
since
good.
I figured you wanted it. But
Yeah.
I'm also uploading it up here. It's like, it says processing.
Error. Okay, let's see.
I've never seen this before. It's like, instead of the screen share, it's like uploading
Oh.
it to
I got it. I got
here
it.
too.
Hi, George. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, it's being slow, so I'm just going to share
Let's
my
save
screen.
that.
I don't know what it's doing. Sorry. And I gotta put it on a different PDF reader because it's always like blurry on the Chrome one for some reason. Let's see. I gotta plug in my mouse in a second. Remind me to plug in my mouse. Not right now because it drags.
Oh, wow. It goes through a lot in the table of contents.
Yeah, you can.
Wow.
That you're gonna see the table of that one
Yeah.
looks like a home run. It's loading one second. Being weird. Oh wait, there it is. Oh, look, you can just click it. Can you click it too, Ace? Does it let both of us?
Yes, I can actually.
Look at that.
So let's go back to the table of contents. Can you bump it up some?
Shoot. Let's see. Nope. Share the screen.
Well,
Let me share the full screen. This one, let's find it.
well, it's small, but it's readable.
No, you just can control plus.
Yeah, and I've got it bookmarked, so I can go back to it.
One sec.
Okay, so what do we got here? We got the administration of the conciliation. That's a biblical term.
Yeah.
We've got the biblical doctrine of destiny. We've got the case of Judas. We've got the conciliation of mankind, destiny in Romans, destiny in Corinthians, destiny in the prison epistles, dogma of endless torment, Ecclesiastes, Aeonian times, exhortation of peace, hell, his glories, human destiny, inspiration, Israel thrust aside, the mystery of the gospel, the nations grafted in, punishment, reconciliation, universal reconciliation, the resurrection, the Savior's exaltation, shall not see life, the Son of Man, the Son of God, the tabernacle, the triumph of love, two heads, and universalism and annihilation.
Wow.
I pull up my screen.
He wrote so much. I don't know where he found the time. God bless him.
Is it up? No, the screen. Oh wait, I'm gonna remove that. Yeah, just to show you like some of the things I saw from like spots here. It was like started that I was just looking right, like some of the ones you got eons in the plural there. Let's see. eon in the singular. Yeah, might have been the first time this chart came up. I don't know.
Wow.
And then Aeonian times, plural, it's the same. And so here it's talking about like eon of the eons and stuff like that. And you keep scrolling, and you got a breakdown of 1 Corinthians 15, 22 through 28. And the consummation stuff here. And adjective. You got this stuff. Let's see here. Ionian punishment, ends of the eons. It has stuff on the Hebrew phrases and what it equals into the Greek, which I thought was like interesting. It has the word title punishment here. Like a lot of big topics. See, the biblical doctrine of destiny, the mystery of the gospel, the administration of conciliation. Let's see here. Inspiration.
And they're actually printing out a copy for you?
I don't know. I think you can order one still. They still have this.
Oh, it's still in book.
One of all
Yeah.
the ones you can order. This one looks insane. It's like $20 on there. It's not. You can when you're on the website, you can just pick what one. Most of them they have. Look, you just go like this. Or no. Right here.
Unsearchable
Okay.
riches. Okay, and it's called Unsearchable Riches.
Yeah, it's under one of these store things.
Mm-hmm.
Books, maybe.
Yeah, because I think I bumped into it.
Oh, yeah, right there. And you click this, and it tells you like here, like what ones they don't have. All they don't have 90, 102, and I guess these two. But other than that, you can just choose whatever other ones. This one clearly exists because it didn't say anything about that. So I ordered it, and it's coming. Yeah. Let's see here. You got universal reconciliation, universal firstborn of creation there. See, there's a lot of like big stuff in this one. Look, Colossians 1:15-21. Like it has like lots of big stuff. Like of all the like topics, it just seems like this one just hits a lot of home runs. Like look up here. We didn't even. That was only half of what I was looking at. Look, and then you scroll up. Problem of evil in Ecclesiastes. That's cool. Let's see here. Blood of Christ, ministry of the gospel. I saw like Romans 5 somewhere in here. Let's see here.
Let me see.
Human destiny. Oh look, what's this? The history. See so this is on 1 Corinthians 15. The whole chapter is just a breakdown. Consummation. Okay, and then keep scrolling here. Certainty of resurrection. The resurrection, triumph of love. Shall not see life, and that's one of the verses they try to like make like, oh, they shall not see life, like as if it was never. So they even address that. Let's see.
Oh, I see.
Let's see. What's Israel thrust aside. So this probably has something to do with like Romans 11, maybe. Let's see here. What is that? Yeah.
That's 3 pointy things.
Right, they're arrows. I've seen that shape before. It's like a triangle. Maybe this is like, the tabernacle, apparently. They have like diagrams in here. Look at that. Son of God, where is he? Please
So this is from 1913.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's over 100 years.
triumph of love, 2 heads. Look at that. I saw Romans 5 somewhere when I was scrolling. Like a lot of like huge top there. I know it has like, let's see, where was the annihilation page? Because that's also another topic in here that they address. They have like a lot of big topics in here. I was scrolling. Look, dogma of eternal torment. That's a big topic. You just slow down and scroll. Oh, look, here's Romans 5 and being addressed. Conciliation. Oh, wait, no, this is Romans 5, and then I guess it addresses 2 Corinthians 5 here too. Like a lot of big topics. It's probably like this was probably when they were like starting to realize like a lot of big things.
Yeah.
Time because like this is.
I
like
remember.
huge
I remember
lot of
Brother
topics in this.
Brother Stephen said that as he was going through the Unsearchable Riches magazine, starting from the very first one, he could see year by year that they were developing. You know, they'd say this in year 7. They'd say, "Wow, we were wrong in year 1. It looks to be like this as opposed to that."
Yeah, let's look at what year 1. See, year 1, I was looking at it too. Like, it just looked very basic, right? Like, it just has like some basic stuff. But like by the 4th one, they're like really thinking about big things. It looks like. Like let me see if I see anything. They're thinking about. Look, they're thinking about the Catavali. Here. So they're thinking about that. Let's see. Like the overthrow, Christ of God. But you can see the topics here are a lot more basic, right? In this first one.
Yeah.
You can even see the font looks more basic in a way. I don't know why. It feels that way. Or maybe because it's more spaced out. Like there's and they had to fit so much in when they wrote so much on the next one.
Justin, do you know what movable type is?
Yeah, like
they had a whole box of all the letters. Right?
Yeah.
They had to go searching through the boxes and organize them in the right kind of way to get all this stuff. I mean, we got it so easy now with
right
computer writing and graphics.
Right.
But man, just imagine how much work they put into it since they just had a box of random letters.
Yeah.
I need a Q. Where's a Q? You guys got a Q over there? I need an R. Anybody got an R? Go fish.
Go fish.
Yeah.
Literally, go fish. That's funny. Let's see. Volume 2. See what this one looks like.
So we're just looking at volume 4.
Yeah, we're the volume 4 is the one that looked huge. I was just curious, like, because volume 4 seems to be like where they start to like really make some breakthroughs. You can see volume 2 looks more basic too, compared to like volume 4 is like a big deal. I can tell. See what volume 3 looks like. It's like they're using movable type when it's too much work to like put in a beginning page, you know.
Uh-huh.
Let's see. They're talking about the ages here though by volume 3. But I don't know if they still look like they're not sure because about at this point, like about, let's see, Gospel of Paul. I'm just kind of scanning and seeing what they're aware of and what they aren't. Yeah, it doesn't look like at this point they were even thinking, or maybe they were thinking about it rather, but they weren't confident enough to say anything about it. Like, do you see anything in this about universalism? I don't. You just see this. Oh, yeah. Colossians 1.
By him, for him,
Yeah, but this part. That's cool.
their destiny.
Oh, they put it at the back here. Romans 9. Romans 10. 9. I want to see that one. Was it 123? Just want to see what's there. This one kind of scan. Just look what I'm looking at here. It looks like he's talking about like how he, from what I can tell so far, it looks like he's talking about connecting it to like the day of the Lord, which the only reason I can tell that so fast is because I'm aware of different ideas people have on it, I guess. But
Oh,
I remember hearing Martin talk about the more appropriate name for the publication might be the untraceable riches versus the unsearchable, because they are searchable, but they're not traceable. In the Old Testament, Paul's truths are not traceable back.
I guess it depends if you're naming it for this or you're naming it off of the Bible. In other words,
Yeah.
like you might be able to search this, but it will take a while because you'll be reading a while.
Right. Right.
I mean, how many pages do you think there are here? You got 116 volumes. How many pages on average, probably?
I don't know what, 30?
No, it's
More? Is it more?
Like 200 in each of these that I've clicked.
Oh goodness. Okay.
Yeah, let me see.
I've got a pretty.
Yeah, look, the
my
first
mother.
one is 362.
Oh
I mean,
goodness. Okay.
Another random 140. And
Yeah.
average them out here.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
This
Then
one
you're looking at a
has
couple hundred easy.
pages too. So, okay, let's say 300 times 160 or 116.
I think he might have been referring
That's a casual
to
35,000 pages.
the scriptural reference of unsearchable riches.
Right.
Where's I'm not sure. I don't remember where that's taken from.
Yeah,
That Romans.
No, Colossians, I think.
Okay.
And the reason they chose that name is because the main competition at the time was all King James all the time. So it's a King James word. And so the King James Christians 110 years ago would have been familiar with it. And so they would understand, oh, this is about deep things.
Yep.
Right,
So-
but when you think about it, it kind of fits it better in a way because, like, it gives the real name to the Bible, and then it gives like you know what I mean?
Yes.
Because you could trace this stuff, but if you want to read 35,000 pages,
I think he was just referencing just the title.
yeah, I know it just worked out. I mean,
Yeah.
wow. So this was a good tutorial as far as scrolling through the unsearchable riches. I managed to actually order volume 4.
nice.
they're all so good. I'm my mother, bless her heart, she would buy about anything that was sent to her door, but she did uh, latch on to a lot of the concordant stuff, and so I've been blessed
Wow.
to have
Yeah,
a
you
bunch of
will.
that stuff. I've got tons of Martin Zender's tapes from years ago when he first started. Even I've got probably, I don't know, several boxes downstairs that I pull out and I listen to some, but I'm ready to pass them on if anybody's interested. They're cassette tapes.
Is there like stuff that doesn't exist online?
I got to believe that a lot of the cassette tapes probably are not available online. Some of them are. I mean, these date back.
How much you want for all it?
I don't want anything for it. If you would make use of it.
Yeah, I'd make use of it but I hate to just take it from you.
No, you're fine. I let me pull together what I have, because
Okay.
a lot of them are series. You know, like he'd do like a series and there'd be 6 tapes in
Right.
a series or whatever. I think most of it was kind of broken down that way. But let me pull some stuff together and see exactly what I've got. It's been a little bit since I've dug into that
Yeah.
area of the basement.
Right.
But they're
Oh, you know what I ordered? I don't know. Was it yesterday or the day before? I don't remember. But I ordered a Second Thessalonians 2 page of the Geneva Bible, just because it's like I just thought it was cool because it's one of the passages that people argue about, like in translation, and I just found it. I was just scrolling through Facebook Marketplace, doom scrolling for
Yep.
no reason whatsoever, and it's aware Facebook, it's aware of what stuff you look at, so it just showed me that page, and it was only like $35 for it. So I was like, huh. The very passage that's disputed, just and it's like, it's not like it's like put in something safe, like a safe like not like, well, it's like a stand, but it like holds it safe and keeps it safe. I don't know.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
It's like a Bible page from the 1500s though, so it's kind of
Wow.
cool. I just
That
thought
is
it'd
cool.
be cool to sit on the desk.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has the whole book of Second Thessalonians, though. Is my mic work? Yeah. It has the whole book of Second Thessalonians on it because it's front and back, and the book is, a short book. So it just happens to have the whole book of Second Thessalonians on it. So that's pretty cool.
Oh, that's cool. That is cool.
Yeah.
Let me pull some of that together for you, and I'll get it to you probably through one of the shows or something. I'm not sure how to.
Yeah, if you can. I don't want to make you. Like,
You're good. You're not making me. We're good. Let me see let me pull together, and maybe there'll be some things that you might have some
somehow, unless you
specific.
don't want me to.
I'm good with it as long as it's in good hands. If you can just give me that assurance that you're not going to misuse or misrepresent what's in the tapes, and I trust you there.
I put my address there if you need it. I don't. And here's my number. And my thingy.
There we go.
Yeah.
at outside and accept. Perfect. Let me jot that down on some hard copy here so I don't lose it. Just
Black sheep, have you any wool? I love Foy's picture. This looks so silly.
Hey, is that Justin L? Is that dot? Is there a dot after the at?
A dot?
Yeah, it looks like there's a dot after the at on your email.
Oh, it does look like that, but it's just the underline. I think.
Oh, it's just the other. I think so. Okay. Yep, you're right. At gmail.com.
Yeah, I zoomed it in. It's just the underline.
Gotcha. Where are you located, Justin?
Keller, Texas. I put my thingy there. That's where I am.
Oh, okay. How close is that to Houston?
Like 5 hours maybe.
Oh, a long ways. Okay. I have a daughter.
Yeah, it's like Fort Worth.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay.
You can put Fort Worth or Keller. I don't know why, but whatever address I'm at, it works for both for whatever reason.
Got it.
I don't know why. But I know that does work that way.
All right. Let me figure out what I got, and I'll send you a list.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Text me too if you.
Absolutely. Can do. Yeah, there was Martin had a publication at one time called The Idle Babbler Illustrated. I have several. Yeah, I have a lot of that as well. But there's some. It was through some of those writings that Martin had that my heart was changed, relatively speaking. Yeah, a lot of things around the absolute.
And Talos just said that. Are you seeing the same message I'm seeing on the screen?
I'm not. I missed it. What was it?
The real truth and tell us what's going on. Did you see that, Tace?
Yeah.
Is this the real one?
Before I have to
Rod Sterling comes to mind.
I just want to say before I have to leave that I'm so blessed to be standing on the shoulders of such great people. All down the line, you know, and that eventually I found Martin Zender and I found you, and all through AE Knock, really.
Yeah.
Because that's where you're coming from. So we have a mutual admiration society.
Yeah.
My baby and me.
Mm-hmm.
As Coram said, thank God our destiny hasn't been put in the hands of the King James translators.
I know. Thank God I'm still not a follower of John MacArthur.
Oh, God.
Can you imagine?
Oh.
Oh my.
Yeah, he's not very pleasant.
God has
He looked like he'd run the type of church that like I remember when I first became a Christian, I showed up to the Gateway Church I think that's the pastor that got caught like with something weird recently. I don't remember, but what it was. I don't pay attention to it, but I heard family members talking something about that. Anyway, I showed up, and you can't even sit in the church because there's too many people. So you have to sit outside, and then they show me the communion thing. I didn't know what it was, and I said, "What am I supposed to do with it?" And she gives me some lady says, "Well, are you gonna do it or not?" And I'm like, "I don't know what I don't know what it is. Are you gonna take it or not?" And I'm like, "I guess I don't know."
Right?
I literally did not know what to do with it. I never did it before, probably. I didn't know what it was or anything about it. And she's like, "Well, are you gonna do it or not?" You know, like snobby, like
What the heck? Hmm.
so kind. Well, I sit outside of the church because you guys don't have enough seats because apparently everyone's so interested in lining up to your church, which has a Starbucks in it, by the way, at the front desk.
No way. A Starbucks?
I think so. If it's not Starbucks, it was, they had frappuccinos and all of that. That's all I remember from that day. Frappuccino afterward. And that's probably a good thing. But that's all I remember.
The
That
gospel,
is the lady that bitched at me that, "Well, are you gonna do it or not?"
the gospel according to I'm not gonna do it, and I want a frappuccino.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
I mean, the frappuccino was good.
So I got to go now. I just want to thank you, Ace. Thank you, Justin and Kurt. It was great meeting you and hearing your background and your mother's background. So
Thank you, Donna. It's such
yeah,
a pleasure
so
to
bless
hear
all of
you.
you and thank you.
God
Okay.
bless.
Bye. God bless
Bye.
too.
Bye.
I was so excited when it wasn't just another Brandon Irish joining. Because
Yeah.
everyone's excited when Brandon Irish comes here to tell you.
What's the magnetism you guys create? How what is it? I mean, you guys draw in it's amazing to me. I think I know why, but it's amazing to me that they're drawn to try to defend.
I don't get it
And
because as soon as it was shown to me, it was just like, well, what am I going to do with it? I'm just going to believe it. But they're literally they're fighting against it. It's like weird. Like of all the things you could fight against,
why that? Yeah. Oh, they could be
weird.
spending their time on such more beneficial things, maybe.
I don't actually. Are they aware also, like, as if they think that they're gonna save us or they're gonna save other people from our God or something, or like, are they aware that like how small and niche this really is? Like, even from their perspective, like there's a million other weird groups you could go after. Why are they so obsessed with Ace?
The adversary is cunning. Is cunning, and will try to make headways into areas that we might be unsuspecting. Hopefully not. But the adversary is constantly looking for niches in the matrix, looking to find the weaknesses, and he finds our weakness, which is kind of adverse to
I'm getting annoyed by Brandon Irish.
getting it. Yeah, that is annoying. Yeah, that's true.
Like, it's not like it's only annoying because it's like you just feel like you're banging your head on the wall with like the things that these people say. It's not even like there's nothing interesting. It's all the same thing every time. But it's like, I mean, their incapability to just ask a new question, and it's just so, it's annoying. Like, it's annoying. It's just,
I think, Justin, I think of a lot of it stems from they've sold out, right? I mean, it just same way we've sold out. We've sold out to what God has revealed to us, what God shows us about the cross, about the death of Christ, and about the resurrection. We've sold out, and they sold out to something that's different and not truth. So I mean, I kind of get, as frustrating as it is, that they're in a spot where they're at, and that they tend to maybe want to knock on Ace's door and say, "Hey, I'm not going away. Hey, I'm still here. Hey, I'm still gonna," that's just their so that's their lot in life, I think. But I do.
you know why they want them soul winning and doing all that stuff? I thought about it and I was like, maybe it's just to keep them busy.
Maybe it's really simple like that. Yeah.
Morning, fellas.
As
Is
long
it
as,
still morning where you are?
Right.
because if you keep them busy all the time, they're at church, then they're soul win, like the Mormons, right?
Yeah.
Like how they're not even gonna have any time to question it.
They're going to be too busy. This is exactly what I like about you. From the first day I heard you talk, I love it. That's true.
It is true.
Yeah.
As long as they're busy, well, there's no time to think about a new thought. And Jack Smack, for example, like, is this busy? He's made. Have you heard how many videos like I saw that he made? He told me that I can't be talking about universalism on Praise's channel or whatever.
Isn't that something? No, see, you're bringing up you're stepping into a whole nother.
Of all the people, he said, you can believe whatever you want. He said it like respectfully, like as if he was being serious. Like this was not a joke from him. He said, but you just can't be telling people it and telling people they're believing the wrong thing, he said, or something.
And he was very earnest about it.
And I'm like, oh my God, you have 4,000 videos at least on that channel alone. I'm not even more than 4,000. Look it up. Put his channel into the thing. It's 4,050 or something.
Wow.
And he just made like 7 videos in the last week. So yeah.
Who's this one, Justin?
Jack Smack 77. I used to be just like him though. But the difference between me and him is I wanted to know the truth, and he's been making the exact same video for 16 years on that channel, and he had a channel before that too.
You said this is Jack Smack?
Yeah. It's like the same video every time. One person's going to hell, and you gotta believe once saved, always saved, and
I'll have to check it out.
Going to hell or something. Like it's the same video every time, with a different name almost. Like it's really that weird. Like he's made practically the same 10 to 20-minute sermon just 4,000 times. I mean, look at his first video. It's the same thing. The first video on his channel is a series of videos of some guy named Christopher something. And
okay.
And it's named He's Going to Hell. It's from 16 years ago. It's a series. The first series on his channel is Christopher something is going to hell, and there's like 4 parts to it. And then the next thing is someone else is going to hell, and it's 16 years ago, and he's still doing the exact same sermon just with new names. It's actually like it's weird. Like it's kind like
That is
like
weird.
he never thought to like I don't know, like learn something new. I don't know. It's really weird. Like who makes the same video? I mean, I've heard his own fans who loved his stuff say, I mean, if you've seen one of them, you've seen all of them.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Broken record.
That bad. Like it's all exactly the same thing. One person's getting condemned and he's screaming about them, and he literally starts every video with the exact same words and ends every video with the exact same words too. He starts like this. This sermon's entitled, and it's usually like something really vulgar, like the one that was made about me recently. Justin Elders must be the stupidest person on the planet. I'd like to open up with prayer and then with a few verses. Dear God, thank you for allowing us to see what it says. Bless the listeners. I ask all this in Jesus' name. Amen. And then he quotes a random psalm, usually, and sometimes a proverb, usually just a psalm though. Psalm blank and blank reads in the King James. And then he says, well, and then he starts, he gets all ramped up and said, there's this, and uses all kinds of like condemning terms. And then once he's done with the sermon, it's usually like, well, that's all I have for now. Let me, I can't remember exactly how it closes. It's been a long time, but it always closes the same way too. It's usually like, that's all I have. I mean, all I got to do is open one of them. They all say the same thing. One sec. But it's actually like weird to me, like to think that he's made the same video that many times.
He's entrenched. He's entrenched so deeply that he starts and stops with the same lingo.
Yeah, look, this is what he said. I guess he says the same prayer over. That's why I was forgetting it. He says the same prayer he said at the beginning. Every time. Can you hear it?
I cannot.
Oh, wait, let me turn it up. And turn off the noise cancellation for just a second here.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
Whether they're saved or not, fruitful or the former, thank you for giving us your platter. That's all I have. Let me go
That's
ahead
all
and
I have.
close
Let me close in prayer.
Dear God, thank you for giving us your clear word. Thank you for allowing us to see what it says. Bless the listeners. I ask all this in Jesus' name, amen.
Was it clear when he said 1 Timothy 4:10 and I mean, what is clear about anything he's teaching?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to check that one out.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, all you got to do is watch one of them, and they're all exactly the same. It's like, let me read some of these titles. Okay, let's read some of these titles. Does eternal mean eternal? This one is him getting ramped up because I think he's aware that his whole doctrine falls on this one word, but he's too stubborn to, I was poking at him, right? And he's too stubborn to actually ask the question out of the actual language, so he just, in that video, he just screams about eternal, and the King James means eternal. Vlad I don't know that last name. Vlad something is the sin-fixed hellbound goat. Justin Wu-Ting is going to hell. let's see. Seventh-day Adventists have another Jesus and are going to hell. Justin Elders has to be the stupidest person on the planet. Unsaved, hellbound. There's commas between it, so I'm making sure I read out his commas. Unsaved, comma, hellbound, comma, Calvinistic goat, comma, John Piper, ... exposed again, ! Narrow Path Doctrine Ministries is going to hell! ! Stephen Videosov is going to hell. Paul Washer, the unsaved goat. Let's see here. Lester Roloff, unsaved and exposed. Word Wise Ministries is going to hell.
Word wise?
Yeah, I don't know who it is. Son of Christendom is going to hell. These titles are like ironically really damn weird how similar they all have 3 exclamation points, and they're all capitalized the exact same way. Is going to hell is all capitalized the first letter and then 3 exclamation points. Oh, this one must be extra special because Dean Oodle is going to hell, but he has 7 exclamation points. Ooh.
That is
special. Rick reprobates 7 commands. Francis Damned speaks. 7 reasons why SDAs are going to hell. I mean, I'm not even like past the first page. You cannot trust Christ without believing OSAS. How to become a universalist with 7 steps, and that's just him condemning me, but like he didn't want to mention my name because he probably didn't want people to recognize me at that time. Unsaved, hellbound James White demonstrates salvific dehydration. The SCA's salvific Pokekin Village. Unhinged Hood, the unqualified biblically illiterate retard. Hate preaching, and he has, let me see, how many exclamation points? I mean, he has like probably like 50 exclamation points after the word hate preaching. I'm not even kidding, like 50. It feels like the whole title. Let's see here. Free grace and OSAS rejectors are going to hell according to their own teaching. Hellbound ROFG devils. Yes, John MacArthur went to hell. Unsaved Charlie Michaels has debunked nothing, but has proved he's hellbound. Does he sound a little obsessed with a doctrine that, might fall, a lot of doctrines that might fall on one word? I don't know what word that might be. If you hate free grace, then go to hell. Then go to hell. Just go to hell.
wow.
I mean, like every video is hell, hell, hell. Repentance carousel to hell. It's so dumb. Abraham D. Bushman is burning, or is going to burn in hell, and he has like 50 exclamation points after that. So he must really not like that guy. And there's a lot of, I mean, every title is, every video thumbnail is almost like fire.
Justin, turn your thing back on. The audio problem.
Everyone's going to hell. Thank God.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Be nice and warm.
It's called All Go to One Place. So Jack Smack's going with us. That hell. Oh my gosh. He's so... And the reason he's so angry is because... Part of the reason is because he doesn't have a God. He has a deist God. I was angry too when I was free grace. Even when I was free grace annihilationist, I was angry. Because it's like in their view, salvation has nothing to do with God or Christ. It just has to do with whether you stumble across the right mental gymnastics in your head at the right time. And if you believe all the right mental gymnastics at the right time in your head, you're going to make it. If you have all the right brain chemicals going at the right time and all the right doctrines floating in your head, exactly in the right order, then you've made it. But it has nothing to do with God or Christ or anything like that. It's true. That's what I believed. I thought if you have all the right doctrines in your head at the right time, exactly the right way, then you're once saved, always saved. Whatever that
Wow.
means.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's nothing about
And it's so much fun to find the truth.
Yeah.
And it's so incredible to find the truth, to have the truth step in and give that shit a side wipe and push it to the side and say, no, there's better.
Yeah, exactly. That's why they have those, I was saying the crossless God. That's why they have doctrines like that, is because they're trying to figure out what the right formula is to stir up salvation, because they find verses, because they look in the circumcision stuff and they're like, okay, these guys didn't know about the cross, so maybe we don't need the cross. And see, they got, because they think salvation is like something you just magically appears when you believe the right thing. So they go looking in the Bible like it's some kind of manual for salvation, or our manual.
Yeah.
Instead of something else that's better.
Yeah. Yeah. There's definitely there's a locking up that's occurring. There is definitely a locking up that occurs. And sometimes we get to participate in it and praise him when we don't.
Well, here, this one's for preterists. Apparently, a year ago, preterists went to hell. Professing preterist, the unsaved, biblically mixed up freak! !
Wow.
This one, the prophet word is going to hell. I mean, you would think man, he's really creative with these titles. There's so many exclamation points in these titles too. It's always 3, 7, or 50.
Well, emphasization is really important sometimes.
Yeah. Extra.
or not sometimes.
Yeah. Let's see. What's the there's even a guy Toronto. Have you seen that video I made of Toronto Bible studies where he's I play the piano music in the background? You might.
I did catch a piece of that somewhere along the line, but it's been
that guy says that he said something like you can't believe the cross. He denied it recently, but I saw that stuff, and I remember him saying that stuff, that he was, I don't know if he might have changed his mind about it, but he was saying before that if you think that the cross is necessary in your gospel presentation, that you're going to hell for that or something. Whatever that means. I mean, just because they're all trying to figure out what's the minimum exact requirements that we have to have in our head at the right time.
What in the
Yeah, that's what it does. And it makes sense to them because it's
completely
they're trying to figure out how to save themselves or whatever,
Right. Well, they're trying to figure out truth.
Right. Yeah.
Well,
it's kind of
it's a matter of free will, it's down to what choices you make, isn't it? So you've got to have a formula.
Your mic's kind of messed up.
Is it? Is that any better?
No. It sounds
hang
muffled.
on.
Well, while you're hanging on, it's kind of like this, Kurt. It's like they want to sell the once saved, always saved people are trying to sell you a TV, right? And
Okay.
they tell you, well, you can have this TV and you can buy this TV with your belief if you believe me or whatever. And then they go and brag that they have a TV while all the Armenians are like, "Oh, I don't got my TV. I am on a payment plan for my TV." And then they go brag to the Armenians, "Oh, I already paid for my TV. Look at my faith. Look at my faith. I have full faith in OSAS. I'm already saved. I already got my TV. You're on a payment plan for your TV. You might have your TV escorted by the government." Like, it's really that retarded when you really think about it.
Yeah.
They're bragging about their faith in their faith. Stupid. Oh, I got my TV already, and you're on a payment plan, Ace. It's insane.
Is it a 12-year or is it a 4-year plan, Ace?
Right. A lifetime plan. But I'm already saved. Look at me. I got my TV already. I paid full price. I paid the whole down payment on my TV.
I got a free stand for my TV.
Yeah. Now let me stack up some eternal rewards on my TV. Look at all my channels. You don't got these channels.
It's a tangled web.
You got Netflix, Ace.
Yeah. Accentuate the positive. We've got so much there in that catalog of accentuating the positive. We've got a plethora of resources. I mean, the word is just incredibly clear, and I think we need to drown ourselves every now and then in Him, whatever that looks like. But I think it's definitely the word, and having that sound pattern is something that always stands out to me. Ace, I said it earlier about your essay, that it creates, and it's in alignment with a pattern. And it's that pattern is recognizable to some of us, but I don't think it's recognizable to all of us. But it's important that we hear it, and that we. I don't know. I get you were saying earlier, Justin. Just that you feel like you're a little bit. What's that?
I don't know if I've showed anyone this yet. Click it's a really short video.
I'm so lost on this site.
No.
2 was released by.
So this is I found this I was just watching YouTube randomly, and I clicked some random video, and I thought this was hilarious. I heard someone was spamming Jack Smack's mic over the video, over this game. Look, so what I did is I took the clip. I was recording my screen, and I saw some YouTube shorts recently where they skip ahead like 10 seconds, and then it sounds like a whole different topic. Well, I skipped ahead randomly in this video, so-called randomly, right? And I just made it look like I was just clicking somewhere, and look what happened. Look.
Fortress 2 was released by Valve back when they actually made games. And
the gospel's simple. It's whoever believes in him has eternal life.
good thing I know how to mute players now. Hell yeah.
That someone was spamming Jack Smack's gospel over the mic.
Oh my gosh.
Because they think if someone gets the right doctrines in their head, if someone's just listening in this and they get the right doctrines in their head, then that's all they need.
Wow.
That's really why. Because they think if they just have like a click and there's nothing else there, like they're just playing the game like, and they just had like a click. I don't know what I heard, but I had enough superstition that I'm saved now or something. Like it's really that weird to them. Like, but,
Yeah.
and that's why you have those people. That's why that whoever was doing that was spamming that shit over a video game, Mike, thinking that they're the soul winner of the day. Not that not rather that it makes them look like really bad or annoying.
Yeah, right.
Because I'm sure everyone on that game came into that game thinking, "Oh, I can't wait to listen to Jack Smack scream over the mic about the gospel's simple. Whoever believes in Him has eternal life." But, oh my gosh.
Yep. That's what we're up against. And that's okay.
Get the right doctrines in your head, or you're doomed. Eternally doomed.
Oof.
You didn't have the right chemicals in your head going off. You didn't have the exact right arrangement. See?
Yeah. So I want to ask you guys to think about something here. Because the Christian boys will drag us to Romans chapter 3, verse 28, where it says the law of faith. 27 says, where then is boasting? It is debarred through what law? Verse 28, of works? Oh, no, but through faith law. Okay, so because these Christian boys don't understand grammar and figures of speech and double entendres and sarcasm and
anything.
And pattern interrupt. Okay. So I want to ask you a question about law. Okay. Just thinking out loud here. What is the difference between the law of gravity and the law of the homeowners association?
They both suck. I don't know. Oh wait, that's not a difference.
The law of the homeowners association. Oh man, if you violate that law, man, they can get you. What's the difference between the law of thermodynamics and the law of the city of Detroit?
One's just there to get you.
One is there to get you. And so throughout Romans chapters 1, 2, and 3, Paul is royally beating up on the law of the homeowners association. But then he amazingly, in verse 28, uses the law in a different kind of way, as if he's talking about the law of gravity and the law of thermodynamics. You see, with this kind of law, the law of gravity and the law of thermodynamics, if you understand the law of gravity, you're okay, because and the law of gravity doesn't ask you to understand it. It doesn't ask for your participation. It's going to get you. You are going to be enveloped by the law of gravity, whether you understand it or like it or not. But the law of the homeowners association or the city of Detroit or, the federal boys down in Washington, D.C., that requires, your understanding and participation in it. So the use of the word law in Romans 3:28 has taken a new level here. But, when I've talked to the Christian boys, they drag it down in 3:28 so that we're back to the law of the homeowners association, even though it's obviously with any, sober minded thinking, it's far, far, far beyond the law of what Moses delivered to the people of Israel. I mean, check this out. Surrounded by what surrounds Romans 3:28 is two other references to the law that are dismissive. But regarding faith law, it's an entirely new concept. Verse 27, where then is boasting? It is debarred through what law? That would be the human idea of law being a checklist of things that you must do and must not do. Like the homeowners association demands of you. You cannot paint your house purple. You cannot make a rock garden in your front yard. You must have a lawn. Where then is boasting? It is debarred through what law? Now look at what comes after the next reference. For we are reckoning a man to be justified by faith. That would be the faith of Christ, apart from works of law. So he's dismissive of the law in 27. At the end of 28, he's dismissive of the law. But in the middle of 28, he's got something amazing here called faith law, or the law of faith. It's just clever writing. It's spiritual writing. What is the law of faith? Well, that would be the results of what Christ did on the cross by trusting his Father to go to the cross.
Yeah, but on that of faith, faith.
Come closer to your mic if you want to say something.
I'm just saying of his faith.
Yes, it would be Christ's faith would be more like the law of gravity or the law of thermodynamics, or there's another law, the law that you can never really learn anything from a mule's second kick. That would be a law. Yeah. Right. But, but throughout this whole chapter, we've got, yet now, apart from law, a righteousness of God is manifest.
Oof.
For through the law is the recognition of sin, because by works of law shall no flesh at all be justified. Lord have mercy. So Paul is very dismissive of the law as we are familiar with it. Verse 19, now we're aware that the law, whatever the law is saying, it's speaking to those under the law. So throughout the whole first 3 chapters of Romans, he is very dismissive of the law, and he uses it in a context and a cadence until he gets to verse 28. And he says something about faith law, which would be the accomplishments of Christ's faith. That, like the law of gravity, cannot be tricked. You can't trick the law of gravity. You can't skirt the law of gravity. You can't fool the law of gravity. You can't even, it's something beyond you. And the faith of Christ accomplishes something marvelous. It accomplishes the righteousness of God. It reveals the righteousness of God. It manifests the righteousness of God. And so we're not to be boasting in the law of do's and don'ts, but we can be boasting in faith law, the law that changes us. The law of gravity changes us. If you're not cooperating with the law of gravity, you soon will be. The law of thermodynamics, you will be blessed by it. You can't really contradict it. So this phrase here, verse 28 through face law, it does not devolve back into a list of do's and don'ts, and you must qualify. And here's the list of things you must do to be blessed by faith's law. No, this goes beyond human action and human comprehension. The only boasting would be a fake boasting through law, and Paul is very sarcastic in presenting this idea that the law of Moses, the law of do's and don'ts in order to get blessed. Are you really going to boast in that shit? Come on, it's debarred.
It's debarred, yes.
It's debarred. Stop it. Let's get back to
Debarred,
this.
like the Debar translation.
Yeah, let's get back to this thing that happened apart from law, attested by the law, which is the righteousness of God manifested through the faith of Christ. This section here has everything to do with Christ trusting God in order to go to the cross and accomplish all, and purchase all, and redeem all, and justify all, and reconcile all. Now that's a law we're talking about. But the laws of do's and don'ts that we, get from Moses and from the Christians who want to steal Moses and say, I'm spiritual Israel. I obey the law. Look at you. You're disgusting. You got caught in bed with the preacher's wife. Whatever.
Nice.
Apart from law, a righteousness of God is manifest, being attested by the law and the prophets, because all that the law and the prophets from Moses, all that it could do was give a hat tip to this true manifestation of God's righteousness. It cannot contradict it. It can only give a hat tip to the righteousness of God being revealed by the faith of Christ. And it's just a regrettable conversation to have when you hang out with a Christian sipping coffee and he wants to browbeat you over verse 28.
Oh yeah.
Oh, we got to get back into the do's and don'ts. See right here, it's through faith law. It's a new kind of law. It's a new kind of do's and don'ts. It's not the old do's and don'ts that you were familiar with through Moses. Oh yeah, well this law is you got to love your neighbor and pay tithes, baptize, obey, repent. Yeah, it's faith law. Oh God, help me.
It's a law apart from law.
A law apart from law. That's good.
Well, it says that. Look, it's the law. Go up. What else would it be? It's a law apart from law. It's 22 or something.
22.
21.
Apart from law. Yeah, it's a law apart from law.
A righteousness
Take
apart
that.
from law. A righteousness apart from law.
Right, but I mean, like the law apart from laws and like apart from the law of Moses.
A law that really accomplishes something, because if you obey the law of Moses, big deal.
You're boring if you do.
I'm not impressed. I mean, hell, we had a guy on the channel yesterday.
You just cracked me up. That's so good.
Have you ever got excited about Jamie Russell or JG? I mean,
We had a guy here yesterday.
They're not awful, but
Hey, Justin.
yeah.
We had a guy here yesterday who was Black Hebrew Israelite, and oh my God, he was so proud of himself. He is Black Hebrew Israelite, and he is a law-compliant fellow. And I was so impressed and told him so. I said, wow, I've never met anybody as shiny bright as you. You don't sin? You don't sin? Oh my God, you're brighter than the highest angels. I'm so honored to be in your presence. Could I get your autograph?
I hope you really did.
Get his autograph?
Yeah, I hope you did.
Yeah.
It would have given
Attested by the law.
it would have given him so much satisfaction.
Attested by the law, but it has nothing to do with the law. It's attested by the prophets, but it has nothing to do with the prophets. And I personally am repulsed by any Christian who wants to come over here and quote Ezekiel and Isaiah and Hosea. I don't give a crap about that. It's apart from the law. It's only has a hat tip from the law and the prophets. It's a righteousness of God through Jesus Christ's faith for all. Holy smoke, this is big material. And don't try to drag my ass down into your law compliance shit. I'll stick with what the Pharisees accused Paul of in Acts chapter 18, verse 13. They said, ew, this man is teaching men everywhere to revere God apart from the law.
Ew.
Ew.
Yeah, I just love reading the book of Second Kings and Leviticus. I really love getting into,
Could faith's law be like
let me turn your mic up there.
Sorry.
All right,
Could
try it
faith's
now.
law- Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's better.
Could faith's law be like a secondary thing, like inherited through Christ's obedience to the law?
Perhaps, but my main point in bringing this stuff up is to say there's a difference between the law of Detroit and the law of gravity.
Oh, yeah.
The law of gravity doesn't
One's-
ask you to comply.
No, one's man's, one's unavoidable.
It's a different use of the word law altogether. It's a magnanimous revelation that there is such a thing as faith law, which would be the results of Christ's faith in the Father.
Mm-hmm.
And what have we got about works? Oh my God. It doesn't accomplish anything. It's a shameful testimony.
Boring.
Right here, by works of the law is the recognition of sin.
You know, with that essay you wrote earlier, I was thinking you should have. I don't think you put in that verse where the James gang likes James too. Doesn't it say Rahab entertained like the Rahab the harlot, right? Rahab the harlot, and she was lying to those people to save those people. And you're talking about moral relativism in that essay or something. Should she have just let them die or something?
Yeah, you got any Jews in the attic?
Yeah, that was literally what the story asked. But now that I think about it, you did say that. I was thinking of the Holocaust, but that was kind of just the first version of the Jews in the attic.
Yeah, check out this verse 19. Now we are aware that whatever the law is saying, it is speaking to those under the law, that every mouth may be barred. Please shut up, for crying out loud. That the entire world may become subject to the just verdict of God, because by works of law, no flesh at all shall be justified in his sight. For through law is what? The recognition of sin. Please shut up, says verse 19.
Doesn't another spot say it increases sin?
What?
Isn't there another spot that says it increases sin? So what do they want so much about this stupid law thing? It's boring.
That every mouth may be barred. Please shut up, please.
If they want to stop us to stop sinning, then stop talking about the law. It says it increases sin.
That's right. Romans 5:20. Romans 5:20 says, The law was given that sin might increase.
So it increases sin, and it what is it? The recognition and the increasing. It's not looking
Yeah.
good for these Moses guys. They're looking pretty. They're looking kind of like sinners. It's funny, isn't it? You're eating with sinners. You're eating with Brian and Irish, and you're enjoying it, Ace. This man eats with sinners. Ew. This man's teaching men to revere God apart from Moses. It just sounds so dumb. Like, how dare they revere God apart from Moses? It's actually like, wow.
You
All
can
right,
make any untruth appear as a truth. I don't know. I feel like that's kind of what's happening there a little bit.
Yeah. We love the HOA.
Yeah. They're always so kind. And very, very reasonable.
Help me stay up on the acronyms.
It's
Homeowners Association.
Okay.
Yeah, they got a law that you better pay attention.
Beware of the homeowners association.
Yes.
I thought it was some, heresy.
Okay, there's the after show link, boys and girls. Thanks for stopping by. Give me a thumbs up, leave comments, comment on other people's comments, and keep the conversation going. Grace to you and peace from God, and bye for now.
Did one of you call me? I don't know who called me.